All right. Welcome, everybody, to the newest edition, episode number 328, I believe, of the Xbox 2 podcast. I am one of your hosts, Randall Thor19, the man with the million. And with me, I am joined by Mr. Jez Cordon of Windows Central.
Why am I French now?
I don't know.
You've done this the last couple of shows.
No, I have not. I have not introduced you as Jez Cordon.
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 It could be almost like Corleone. Maybe it's like The Godfather or some shit. But yes, I am he, and we're here and we're back. We got another episode of Friday edition. We're on roll. No more Saturday shows until.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Rand goes. Rand's family's visiting soon.
Yeah.
So.
Next week is gonna. So I guess we let people know now. We might be doing Xbox 2 on Thursday next week or Saturday. I'm not sure because my brother and his wife and my two nephews are coming in town, and they're gonna be staying with me for 11 days. So it'll be very difficult to do a podcast with little kiddos running around everywhere. So. We most likely will be for sure not doing the show on Friday because they come in on Friday. So we either will be doing it Thursday, the day before, or we'll be doing it Saturday because I think they're going to Wisconsin on Saturday to visit my family friends up in Wisconsin. So either way, we won't be doing the show on Friday. It'll be Thursday or Saturday. So
we'll make it work. We'll make it work. And then the next week they're all going to be here. I'm going to have my nephews. We're going to be a lot of playtime. You know how it's going to go. So we'll see. Going to be a lot of Roblox.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they do love their Roblox. So that is for sure. So I get to be Randall Uncle this upcoming week. Probably gonna have to spend some money on Roblox. Here we go.
Oh no, not Roblox.
I know, oh my god, here's some Roblox money to go spend, and then they spend it immediately. I think last time they were in, I gave them like $200 of Roblox money. I went to Amazon, bought a code, sent the mom the code, and I think he spent $150 of it in like 10 minutes. It was just buying cosmetic stuff for his characters and whatever you can spend it on in Roblox. It's man. Okay, yeah, all right. Ugh, crazy. I just remember when I was a kid, I was all like, can I get a video game? And nowadays, it's like, can I get money for Roblox and Fortnite,
Robux and V-Bucks.
Yeah, V-Bucks and stuff like that, right?
The other bucks. Yeah. What are the other bucks? There's lots of different kind of bucks, but yeah, I mentioned on this week's Xbox 2+1, I think that Daniel Ahmad over at Nico Partners told me that over 70% of all industry spend is now microtransactions. So that horse armor, from back in the day, opened a Pandora's box that will never close, I suppose. And there's also the famous story that World of Warcraft's sparkly horse mount did more money than the entire StarCraft 2 expansion, the second expansion, or was it the first expansion? Well, yeah, it did numbers. Microtransactions, man. They've changed the industry irrevocably.
I know.
But we're gonna talk about some industry drama just in a bit.
Yeah. There's some little tiny morsels going on right now in the video game industry. Although I think we'll get a lot more news when we get closer to Gamescom. Things going on.
Yeah.
The industry is getting together over in. Where is it in Germany? Cologne, Germany. How close is that to you in Germany?
It's not too far. It's about 4 hours on a train, 3 hours on a train, something like that. It's quite near to where I am. It's a lovely city. Cologne's a beautiful city. I love visiting there. So yeah, Gamescom's a cool event. I'm actually not going this year though. I'm having a little vacation. It's just lined up.
You know what that means? Jez goes on vacation. Xbox news comes out, whether it's good or bad. It always happens. Set your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. Jez is going on vacation.
Yeah, every time I go on vacation, some Xbox does something or something breaks. I don't know. This it's just my curse, I suppose. But I think we'll still be podcasting though, because I'm gonna have access to podcasting equipment even when I'm on vacation. So so maybe because of that, nothing will happen. It only happens when I'm on vacation and we can't podcast when something happens. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully there'll be some cool Xboxy news announcements and stuff like that. There's a lot of things people want Xbox to announce. I've noticed.
Like what?
You know,
What have you noticed? Since you got the pulse on the Xbox community, you're always asking questions, doing polls. What's the thing people want to see?
Yeah, people want to see like you know, a solution to the Capcom, you know, MT Framework games issue. You know, is it a technical thing? Can Microsoft, is it a budget thing? Can Microsoft make it work? Can they negotiate some of this stuff? There's also some of the, you know, Square Enix back catalog that we have yet to see materialize. You know, maybe if Final Fantasy VII's locked down, maybe, but maybe Final Fantasy 16 could make its way across the Xbox. Square Enix just announced Pixel remasters for PlayStation 4 and Nintendo Switch physical versions, and no mention of Xbox again. So, you know, there's like, you know, a bunch of stuff that I think people are looking for in terms of, you know, the core, what they'd like to see Xbox announce and reveal beyond the standard stuff that we know is going to be revealed. You know, gameplay for maybe Indiana Jones and gameplay for other games that are coming out this year and stuff like that. So I don't know. We'll see. There's also a Tokyo Game Show coming up, which Xbox might also have some announcements for. And so as we head further out of the summer and towards, you know, the autumn winter games rush, I think Xbox will start ramping up some of its messaging again, and hopefully we'll have some beefier conversational topics to bring to the fore, you know.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Yeah, so let's do some housekeeping really quickly. You know, if you want to buy something from Manscaped, you can always use code XB2 for 20% off. That's always valid code for people out there. But as for the Patreon peeps, we just did Xbox 2 Ultimate on Wednesday. So you guys can go listen to that if you want. It was over 2 hours of some discussion. And right now, Q&A thread is open on patreon.com/XB2, where you can go in there and drop a question. We'll answer towards the end of the show. And we're going to get some shout-outs here. We got Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Xbox Dave, Jay Peltier, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, James Wiseau, Trixar for Trey, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Moronic Donkey 99, Randall Thor 19, Silas, Eric Gregory, James Moore, Fantasticals, K-Trax, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Frank Mariano, PB Bro King, Ace Madison, Governor Grimm, Jeezy Huffin, Wagerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow 121, Adam Bartolo, Darren Tropy, Prof J2J, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys for your continued support. We're trying to get a guest for Xbox 2 Plus 1 for next week, considering, you know, my schedule for is going to be kind of a little crazy with everything going on. So hopefully we can find somebody. I think Jez asked a couple people, but, you know, people's schedules can be, maybe it lines up, maybe that doesn't line up, but we'll do our best to get somebody.
It's difficult because we record at 3 p.m., which is like in the US, which a lot of people are still at work, and then we record at 8 p.m. in the UK, and a lot of people are, you know, that's their evening. So it can be hard to find the schedules that work for all three parties,
Yes.
but we're persevering.
We are. So with that, you know, I guess we're gonna talk a little bit about stuff we've been playing, and it's not going to be any different than last couple weeks or last month, because
Might be a little bit different.
Well, I'm still playing Cyberpunk, right? And I have officially hit the point of no return in the main campaign. So I decided to start Phantom Liberty, because people were telling me that I should play Phantom Liberty before I beat the game, because there are endings within Phantom Liberty that also affect some of the endings in the main game. So I was like, okay, I might as well do because my original plan was to beat Cyberpunk and do all the endings, because I usually like to do all this stuff in the game. So like, okay, I'll make sure I'll do all the different endings and whatever. I'll make the save spots so I can like reload and go and see how all the endings are. But then people started to tell me, Jez being one of them, that I should really play Phantom Liberty before I beat the game. Because that can affect some endings you choose in the main game. So I started up Phantom Liberty last night. And, it starts off like, see, this is what I'm saying. Barry in chat says Phantom Liberty has no impact on the OG endings, Jez.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. My perception was that it could. I just wasn't sure, I guess.
I think I even sort of researched it a little bit. And I did come across some articles saying that it did, or it can.
See, the way I did it was I did Phantom Liberty in the middle of my last when I reviewed it. I did Phantom Liberty in the middle, and I feel like that's what was suggested to me by the dev, if I remember correctly. But I admit it's been a while, and I wasn't entirely sure. But that's how I did it, and I don't think it's going to be a bad thing if you do it that way,
right?
Or suboptimal. I don't know.
Well, I mean, so far, as far as I am in Phantom Liberty, because I had just met Idris Elba's character.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the beginning is great. It is action packed. It's like an action. It's kind of crazy how like over the top action movie it sort of is in the beginning.
But you can the cool thing about that though, that section, you can also do it completely stealth.
You can, and I think I did too. But I'm just like the way it's like set up with, okay, the president's plane is crashing, and then you got to go get her. And I love like when you go down the little slide to get down to the thing, CD Projekt Red presents Phantom Liberty pops up.
Really cool.
And then you start doing it, and I was just like, oh man, this is so good. And the thing is, what's great about it? You know how I know I love this game is because I am over 72 hours in it, approaching 80, and I haven't been bored a single fucking time.
So good. It's so good.
And normally,
so good.
For any game that I spend that amount of time in, or even when you approach a game like 40 hours in, 50 hours in, there becomes a point where you're like, okay, I just want to I just want to get to the end. I
want to get through it now.
I've seen enough of the world. I've done enough of the side quests. I've done all this sort of stuff where you're kind of like, all right, I'm kind of like ready to wrap it up, right? And it sometimes it gets like that for a lot of stuff. I remember playing Stellar Blade and enjoying it, but then like towards the end, I was like, okay, I'm ready for this game to be over. So it's kind of like, all right, but with Cyberpunk, here I am, 80 hours in, give or take, and I'm still as much into the game as I was when I first started playing it. Like, I'm not like, I want this wrapped up to see the endings. It's like, there's some side quests I still have in the map that I want to go and do, and I'm just like, man, that is the sign of a game that I am just 100% all in. I played it this much, and even a month later, because it's taken me like I think like maybe 3 weeks, and I'm as into it as I've ever been.
There are like sometimes you get those games where it's like you almost don't want it to be over.
True.
And it's like I'm gonna stall it out and stagger it out a little bit. I kind of feel like I did that to some degree with Elden Ring a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, the game is just fantastic, super fantastic. It makes me want to play through it again.
Yeah.
In fact, I was playing through it again, but then Shadow of Erdtree came out.
Yeah, Jo. Sorry if I said your name wrong. So it's like, too bad we only got one expansion.
Yeah, that sucks, man.
Yeah.
I think they should have done at least 2. And I kind of feel that way about Elden Ring as well.
Well, I wonder...
So many unanswered questions, and I'm just like, well, at least in the case of Elden Ring, so many unanswered lore questions, and I'm just like, they can't leave this on 1. You know, they just cannot leave it like this. I'm like scared they won't even do a sequel now.
Bro, you know they're gonna do a sequel. Come on, they have
I don't
to.
know, man.
Considering how
He said in an interview recently that Elden Ring's as big as they can go, and the next game will be smaller or something along those lines. I'm sure I read that.
I mean, you could still make an Elden Ring 2 that is smaller.
But people have expectations, though, Rand.
Yeah, I guess that
I would be truly devastated if they leave this where it is now.
Yeah.
Oh man, but
I wonder if some of the plans for more expansions for Cyberpunk had to be nixed because of how much they spent trying to fix the game, quote unquote.
Yeah, maybe. When as you were saying that, I was thinking to myself, I wonder if like the game's like, I'm sure there's information about this somewhere because they're a publicly traded company and they have to do reports to the Polish government, who are like a major investor. I'm sure they've confirmed this, that it is profitable, but I was just wondering like what the margins look like after like the mismanaged expectations, and then having to go back to the drawing board on a lot of the tech stuff and the technical debt there to work through to get the game to where it is now and all that kind of stuff, and investing in more the marketing again, like all that stuff. I want to believe that it did end up being profitable, but there's a huge question mark hanging over profitability of traditional AAA games right now, and we're going to talk about that in a bit, because a bunch of companies like Square Enix, EA, Take-Two, they've all had the financial statements released recently, Remedy as well, and it makes for sobering reading if you're a traditional gamer who likes to play a variety of AAA games.
just with Remedy, because we won't go in depth on the Remedy thing, it's just kind of a surface level, but they still haven't fully recouped their costs of the dev of Alan Wake 2, which is like, oh, are you fucking kidding me? My game of the year 2023. And I know like not everybody likes Alan Wake, and yes, it is a sequel to a cult hit 10 years later, or how many 13 years later, and they're still putting, it's like, oh no, still haven't recouped our costs yet, and it's like, Jesus.
Well,
I sort of
they
wonder
said
if
they haven't received royalties yet.
True.
Which makes me wonder if that's more to do with the deal they made with Epic Games.
But they said that, it hasn't recouped its dev cost yet. And I wonder if... See, but I'm of like two minds of that, because it's like, would this game even exist if Epic didn't publish it, one? And two,
no,
would
not.
Would it have met its dev cost if it released on Steam and not Epic Game Store? Because I feel like that's a big issue there, is that on the PC side of things, a lot of people just don't buy games on the Epic Game Store because they are like, I'm not buying that. I'll wait for it to come to Steam. So yeah. I sort of wonder if it's like, okay, well, we did get the game because Epic published it, and they talked about how amazing, it was. And here we go. Someone in chat, Philippi, says, Alan Wake 2 was terrible, to be honest. One of the most pretentious artsy-fartsy games I've ever played, and I loved all previous Remedy games. And I'm sure you're not the only one who feels that way.
I've seen that sentiment bandied around a bit.
Yes.
I haven't fully finished it, so I can't comment yet. But I love what I played of it so far, because it's all survival horror. I love survival horror, but I have seen the memes of it going a little bit off the rails. So yeah, that kind of does make me curious about how that executes in terms of consistency, I guess. But it kind of feels like The Last of Us 2 almost, that it's polarizing. The Last of Us 2 was polarizing, right? I feel like
yes, it was definitely the story beats for Last of Us 2 were polarizing, at least compared to the first game. And I think some people didn't like the gameplay change from Alan Wake to Alan Wake 2, where Alan Wake 2 was definitely more of a Resident Evil clone in regards to its movement and its
See, I like that aspect of it.
Well, so do I. But because if you actually go back and play 2010's Alan Wake, it's definitely the combat is a little bit more forgiving, a little bit more arcadey in its feel.
It's got like a dodge dodge.
where Alan Wake
parry
2 is
thing.
definitely more like, hey, let's take a look at what Resident Evil did and do that. But you aren't the only one to talk about essentially the pretentiousness of the game. And that's why, opinions are the way they are. You don't like it, I do. It's all good, but it's just one of those things where I'm glad we got the game. And
Yeah.
I was kind of like, oh man, like they haven't made their money back, and it's almost been a year, but it's like, oh yeah, but I mean, PC gamers probably didn't care that much because it wasn't on their platform of choice, and I wonder how much that would impact that. And they did mention how the Max Payne remasters or remakes are in full development, and that Control 2's in a playable state, so that's pretty good.
I want to. Control 2 is another game in my eternal backlog. Do you think Control 1? Sorry, do you think Control 1 is worth a quick res?
Yeah. Control 1 is. I think there's some people that definitely like Control 1 more. I think its gameplay is more probably approachable than Alan Wake's. You have like a single weapon, but the weapon can take different forms. So it could be a pistol, it could be a machine gun, it can be a shotgun. But then you have also all the telekinetic powers. You can throw things, which is always fun, picking something up and throwing it across the room, or jumping and flying and all those sort of things you can do. So it's definitely probably more gamey of a feeling combat wise to compared to Alan Wake, which is like slow and plodding because it's survival horror, right? Like you're essentially they want it to be that way, because it's supposed to be. It's like, oh crap, I only have 5 bullets left, but there's 2 guys here and I'm trying to get away, but I'm super slow, and it's supposed to give you that feeling of like terror, which I appreciate because we don't get a lot of desperation. We don't get a lot of survival horror games where Control is definitely like way more actiony, where you kind of feel like I don't want to say like kind of feel like a god, but you're just decimating enemies, and it's like you're just throwing stuff around. It's almost like a kid's dream of like everybody dreamed that like they could like
superhero
do the Force, like pull the lightsaber to them and do all that stuff. Where you can do the telekinesis stuff and Control. But
you're selling me, bro. Bro.
It's cool. It definitely also has the weirdness of Remedy that I appreciate going on in that, and it does have. As this is a negative. It does have probably the worst map in modern video game history. It's awful.
Oh man!
And it's because I played it on the Xbox One.
Worse than Starfield's map.
Yeah. Because Starfield really didn't have a map, so you were just kind of going around looking for things. And this map was like the map, and I remember because you had to. There was sometimes you had to backtrack to different sections of the complex. And you'd look at the map and you'd be like, where do I need to go? And it just wasn't apparent. And I think maybe they fixed it for like the remaster release or the Ultimate Edition. I think they did some fixes to it to make it seem better. CJ says Control is so boring. The environment is a big part of that. Everyone's going to have different opinions on it. American Fury says Ultimate Edition of Control has a one-hit kill mode even for bosses. That's right, they did put that in. They do have a cheat mode where you can turn on and basically kill everything in one hit. That's perfect for you, Jazz. You could probably beat that game super easy if that was the case.
Yeah, but that's boring, man. Like I want to feel at least some challenge, but yeah, I don't know. It's another one for the backlog. I mean, I'm in between games right now. I've sort of, I don't know, fallen back into Diablo and Diablo.
What do you know? Well, really quickly, I gotta shout out Pixel Bit G because he says Control is poorly designed. I disagree with that take, but I do agree where he says Quantum Break was better. I do think Quantum Break was a better game. I think Quantum Break had better characters. I think Quantum Break had a better story.
Quantum Break.
I think Quantum Break had better characters. It had a better story. Mm-hmm. And I really do think like time travel is way more interesting to me personally than interdimensional aliens. So, as for the
Or
powers,
Half-Life.
I don't know. I'm kind of partial to Control's powers, but at the same time, the time powers in Quantum Break, I thought were maybe just as exciting. But yeah, if you were to ask me what would I want, Quantum Break 2 or Control 2, it's clear as day. I would much rather have Quantum Break 2. I still feel shitty that we're probably never going to get a sequel to that game, even though they sort of are kind of in the latest DLC had a little bit of wrap up to it a little bit in a way. But I think Quantum Break is kind of criminally underrated. I don't think
it was.
I think a lot of people didn't play it because it was on the Xbox One at the time, which a lot of people consider to be a joke. You're right, when it came out 2015 or 2016. In a similar way to why a lot of people didn't play Sunset Overdrive, because a lot of people didn't own an Xbox One. But yeah,
I think as well, the fact that Quantum Break launched on the Windows Store instead of Steam, that probably hurt.
Well, no, yeah, it did. It did launch, but then it eventually launched
Initially.
on Steam. Not that long
did
after. Yeah.
Yeah, but it missed that initial wave of marketing, I guess. But yeah, I Quantum Break's absolutely fantastic game, super underrated. But yeah, I've been playing Diablo, but been looking at my backlog because I want to get through some stuff before World of Warcraft expansion comes out. And as you can see up on the screen, I've been visited quite a lot by family over the last few weeks while I've been in England, visiting family and stuff. And my little cousin blessed us with this great Valorant gameplay. You can see on the screen. She she hasn't played it that much, but she took to it much quicker than I would have done. I would have thought. Like, I really struggle with the style of gameplay that Valorant has. I'm like super reckless, but Valorant's like this slower paced game where you have to sort of be quite tactical and in your thinking and your movement and stuff like that. And it's converted her, because she prefers the controller to shooting with the mouse and keyboard, and a lot of her friends play Valorant, so she's that's been interesting to watch. But I'm thinking I might play Signalis next. Did you ever play that, Rand? Signalis?
I've heard about it. I haven't played it yet.
It's like it's a survival horror game in the sort of Resident Evil PS1 traditional sense. It's got retro graphics, but everyone says it's really, really good, and I'm gonna give it a blast next week, I think. So we might have some gameplay footage of that next week.
Signalis, that's interesting.
But also, did we podcast since I finished Shadow of the Erdtree? I think, did we? I don't know.
I don't know.
I did finish. Yeah, I've been all over the place. I did finish Shadow of the Erdtree, killed Radahn. I loved it. I loved the DLC. Super, super good. But I have to admit, Rand, there are aspects of the Shadow of the Erdtree that have frustrated me. And it mainly revolves around the lore, like I alluded to earlier. Many unanswered questions.
Do you agree with Ackman about how Shadow of the Erdtree is a big disappointment? The biggest what was this thing? It was
the most disappointing expansion or something?
The most disappointing expansion of all time or whatever it was?
Or overrated? Yeah. I can't remember exactly what he said, but no, I would say that it was rated appropriately. The fights are spectacular and amazing. And the story beats that are there are really good. But as someone who did get invested in Elden Ring's, base game lore and characters and stuff like that, I'm left wondering about a lot of stuff, man. Mm-hmm. I'm left wondering, and I'm sitting there thinking, okay, this is all we get now. There's no more Elden Ring DLC on the way, which means there's no more answers to any of these questions I've got. So I'm a little bit frustrated. I also felt like some of the areas were, I don't know, lacking complexity and also reasons to explore. Like a whole forest with nothing in it, really. And also the mountain peaks area, nothing really there either. And I sort of got to a Skibidi fragment level where I was just absolutely burning bosses down. Like even Radahn, like I think took me like 5 attempts or something. I had Skibidi fragment level 15, I think, when I finished the game. But overall, I absolutely loved it, and I blitzed through it pretty quickly. And I didn't feel like playing anything else. You're talking about how you never got bored playing You never got bored playing Cyberpunk. Like once I got my second burst for Elden Ring, I just non-stop played nothing else until I finished Erdtree. So, yeah, fantastic DLC. Really enjoyed it, and I think I'll take a little break from Souls-likes, and then I might do Signalis, and then maybe we pick up Dark Souls 2 again because I was about halfway through there. What? What do you mean? Oh Jesus!
Oh Jesus!
What's wrong with that?
More Dark Souls.
Souls games are fun, man.
Yeah.
I'm not doing Sekiro though. It seems too scary for me.
Yeah, Sekiro's
that's your
great.
favorite, Sekiro.
Sekiro's my favorite.
Actually, I also want to finish Armored Core as well.
You know, I was thinking I haven't finished Cyberpunk yet, right? So this could change. But I have a feeling that when I am done, and this could change because like I haven't experienced any of the endings, and they could fumble the bag with the endings or whatever I choose and however that goes. But when I think of my favorite gaming experiences this generation,
yes,
I would probably have Elden Ring number 1 right now, right? And that says a lot considering how much I've always been like I'm not a Dark Souls guy. And I still think Sekiro was better for me, but we're talking this gen, right? And Sekiro was the 2019 release.
Yeah.
But I think Cyberpunk would slot in right behind it. Like number 2
man.
or like 1A, 1B. Like seriously, I would need to sit and like ruminate on it. And I'm trying to think of the other games I played this generation, but honestly, like right now I'm sort of feeling my favorite 2 games so far are going that released this generation. I know you could say, well, Elden Ring is also cross-gen and so is Cyberpunk. And it's like, that's true, but we're talking about released after the consoles came out. I think it would be...
And they were optimized for next gen.
Yeah, I think it would be Elden Ring and Cyberpunk so far. If you're, in chat, give us your... And I know everyone does top 3, top 5, and maybe I'll do that eventually down the road. And my buddy Loveboat Gopher says, Elden Ring over PUBG, Rand, really? Gopher, I said this generation. I have to remind you, we haven't played PUBG this generation, Gopher. We have not loaded up PUBG on our Xbox Series X console, sir. Xbox One, absolutely. If we go back and we talk about Xbox One, absolutely it's up there. We spent how many hours on that game? 900 hours? I think you even played it longer. Of course, it's there. But we haven't played PUBG since 2019 or whatever it is. I'm talking this generation. So from the launch of the console to right now, I think it's Elden Ring, Cyberpunk, and I would love it if people in chat would give me your top 2 games. I know it's everyone does top 3 or top 5 or top 10. Just tell me your top 2 games right now.
Dude, isn't it kind of what? Just off topic. Isn't it kind of wild how PUBG just completely dropped off? Am I out of touch?
No.
Like,
I think if you go on Steam, it's one of the most played games still on Steam, though.
You never hear about it anymore, though.
No, you really don't. But I think it's very much
maybe I'm just in the wrong
popular
circle,
overseas, and you don't really hear it that much on console because a lot of its shine was taken from, by Fortnite and by Warzone and by PUBG, which are still more popular on console than PUBG is. But I think PUBG is still pretty damn. Go right now. Yeah. Go open up Steam and find out what PUBG's active users are.
All right, player unknowns, backgrounds, Steam stats. So I mean, it is funny how like perception, and zeitgeist can often just be completely the opposite of reality. Oh, okay. So PUBG is still fucking huge. 24-hour peak is 661,000 players. So while I suppose the more accurate way to say it is it's dropped off on Xbox, maybe.
Probably dropped off on console, and I know PUBG Mobile's absolutely huge too. So
Yeah, making bank for Crafton. And while we're on the topic of Crafton, just very briefly, did you see the comments from Callisto Protocol's lead developer?
I did. They
David?
basically forced them to release the game early. Yeah,
Yeah,
3 months early or something.
yeah. The game was not ready, according to
I don't know. You see, the
Mr.
thing is, like,
Schofield.
I don't know if the 3 months would have done anything because I was super excited about Callisto
It looked
Protocol,
great.
and
It looked really good.
I was very disappointed by it. That's when people always say, "Hey, what's a game that you were looking forward to? You're disappointed by." I always kind of struggle to think of that stuff. But then when someone brings up the Callisto Protocol, I'm like, "Oh yeah, it would have been that game." Because I was super hyped. I'm like, Glenn Schofield, the dude who made Dead Space, and you know how much I love Dead Space. It's like, dude, come on. And then Callisto Protocol was just nowhere near as good, and it was
The combat was just not good.
yeah. And then the Dead Space remake came out the next month, and it was like so much better in every single possible way. It's like
And EA considers that to be a flop as well.
yeah. So let's I'm gonna read some people's top 2 games. We got Joaquin with Cyberpunk and Elden Ring, and he says Forza Horizon 5. E-Rank says Cyberpunk's still the game of the gen for him. Barry says Elden Ring and Cyberpunk. Anime compilation says Starfield and Resident Evil 4. Owl Theory says Elden Ring and Liza P. Sickness
Liza
says
P, that's another game I really need to play.
Forbidden West and God of War Ragnarok. Keep it.
Did you play Liza P? Just
I have not
quickly?
played Liza P, but it is a game I do want to play. Keep It Thorough says Cyberpunk and Starfield. RPG Crow says Elden Ring and Armored Core 6. Mixa says Honkai Star Rail and Wuthering Waves are his.
Wuthering Waves.
Okay.
Wuthering Waves is a Genshin-like kind of game.
Yeah, Shark Cop,
We all
Like
know
a
you love
Dragon,
those.
Infinite Wealth, and Persona 5. Andy says Forza Horizon 5 and Cyberpunk. Diego says Modern Warfare 3 and Starfield. A lot of different, your boy Roy says Star Wars Jedi Survivor is a personal game for him for the gen. So there's a lot of interesting combinations. And I don't know, maybe obviously towards the end of the generation, I'm trying to think like what else would be in my top 5. Probably Alan Wake 2.
We'll have to do a show on it, man.
I'd have to. Alan Wake 2 would probably definitely be up there too. Like that's probably my top 3 at this point. If I had to extend it out one more game, it's Elden Ring, Cyberpunk, and Alan Wake 2.
Yeah, it's weird, man, because like my work lifestyle really shapes what kind of games I play now. I play a lot of games where that allow me the ability to multitask. And like games where I only need surface level attention. So like the games that are like really heavy on story complexity, like you have to pay a lot of attention or read a lot. I used to love those kind of games, games like Pillars of Eternity and stuff. I just don't play them now because I always getting distracted by work, messages, stuff going down like that. And I've really started to gravitate towards these games that are more just gameplay heavy, where you can just sort of autopilot around. Elden Ring, Diablo, stuff like that. And I think that's true for a lot of people, where like their gaming habits have changed as they've gotten older and stuff.
Because I'm even trying to think of like last gen. Like Gopher brought up PUBG, and I was like, where would I put that? And it was like, I think my favorite game of last gen is Red Dead 2. Oh my god, how much I love Red Dead 2. It probably would have been Red Dead 2, God of War 2018, PUBG. Some combination of that. Right, would be like the Xbox One, PS4 gen. So, yeah, speaking of, a couple people here said Star Wars Jedi Survivor is their favorite, and
I need to finish that too.
I really enjoyed that too, and maybe it'd be in my top 10. But we do have some news about that game. Star Wars Jedi Survivor is coming to last gen. Hurrah! I don't know how. I don't know how the hell they're going to make that game run on the PS4 and the Xbox One, because, I mean, that game was oh, yeah. That game had trouble running on current consoles. And also PC, I think it was pretty bad at launch.
It kind of feeds my argument, Rand, that last gen is still very, very relevant. I would say, personally, no, maybe.
I mean,
Maybe.
it is relevant. I mean, half of PlayStation users are playing on PS4, and I would assume a similar number of Xbox users are still playing on Xbox One.
Yeah.
I mean, all the biggest games are still cross-gen and will be for a while. You said something to me before the show that I thought was interesting, and maybe you can mention it here. Maybe you can put it out as a prediction. So if it does happen in 2 years from now, you can point back to this episode and say you were right. But I think you mentioned that you thought Grand Theft Auto 6 could be could come to last gen.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't based on any sort of insider information. It was just more like a sort of thought process that Rockstar have got to sort of come to terms with the fact that a lot of their current users are still enjoying playing Grand Theft Auto Online on past gen, and that's their bread and butter. Now, imagine a scenario where people are just so comfortable playing where they are, whether it's Grand Theft Auto Online, Call of Duty, FIFA, Fortnite, all those sort of classic games which are still being updated on last gen. I could see a scenario where they're like, oh shit, people still aren't upgrading enough for this game. So maybe we could backport it to the last gen as well, you know. Just a possibility.
And he said that to me, and I was kind of like, oh man, people are not going to like that take. Because a lot of people, and I see a few of them in chat already, are like, they need to cut off last gen.
I agree.
Right?
I agree with that philosophically speaking. I'm just saying, like, based on the sort of the mentality that the devs will have when they look at how much microtransactions last gen is pushing still.
Yeah,
and
but
this whole idea of meeting people where they are.
So I sort of wonder with that, because it's not like they're going to shut down Grand Theft Auto Online for GTA 5. So
No.
I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people who are still going to be playing GTA 5 and spending money on that. For the ones who can't afford a next gen console, they'll just continue to play GTA 5, while if you can, you'll be playing GTA 6. But I kind of was thought about it. I was like, well, for whatever reason, they're bringing Star Wars Jedi Survivor to last gen a year later. I think it's coming out in September. And it's like, that's an odd decision. I don't know how it's going to run. And then I sort of think like GTA 6. And even now, there's people debating whether or not GTA 6 is going to have an exclusive 60 frames mode on the PS5 Pro, right? Because there's that talk of like the Pro's going to do this, the Pro's going to do that for GTA 6, and how like, oh my god, how intensive GTA 6 is going to be. And it's like, well, could they even get that running on last generation? Would they even want to? Man, that would really sour. That would really be bad news, sour news for a lot of people if they were to eventually do that. I don't know if they will. I don't think they will.
What bad news for who?
For the people that want last gen to die off.
Yeah, but how does it necessarily affect them?
I mean,
explain that to me.
It doesn't matter
if last gen's still going. How does that affect people? I don't know.
People think it affects like the quality of the game, or what they can do with like the graphics or the frame rates.
But this is
right? How it's tied to a previous models.
But this feeds into that other problem
hardware.
This feeds into the other problem of games being too expensive. And again, I'm not saying I think they should bring it to the. I'm completely with everyone else, where I say that I like the idea of moving forward, games getting better, and and utilizing all the power of the new gen systems and casting off the last gen. I'm all for that. I'm just saying what their perspective might be, and their perspective might be that we could benefit from porting it back to the old systems, because people don't upgrade, or they don't feel like upgrading, and meeting people where they are is now the sort of the industry-wide mentality born of like mobile behavioral models. Just a thought. I'm not saying they should do it, or I agree that they should do it. Definitely not. But it's something I wouldn't be shocked if
Mm.
they did do it. Put it that way.
Yeah. Well,
Would not be shocked.
speaking of GTA, I don't know if you saw this because it sort of came out today or maybe earlier this morning. But the Take-Two CEO he kind of blasts not only Game Pass but Xbox. Jez, did you see this?
Yeah, he threw him under that bus, man.
Man, he's not a fan of Game Pass. He said he was asked about like, you know, putting Call of Duty on Game Pass day one. He basically said that it only benefits the service for a quote period of time, and that quote no, it won't affect our decisions because our decisions are rational.
Yeah, it's like, so he's kind of inferring that Xbox is making an irrational decision by doing that.
Obviously. And I think Bobby Kotick would agree with him because at the trial last year, Bobby Kotick said basically that that Game Pass would be destructive for Call of Duty, right? And then the judge was like, "Well, why are you putting on Game Pass, or why are you selling the company?" And he was like, "Well, it's because it's not my company. I'm just running it for the shareholders, and that's what the shareholders want us to sell it. And then once they own it, Microsoft can do what they want with it. And Phil's plan was always to put it in Game Pass.
Yeah.
And then I guess the debate's always going to be is that the smart decision for Call of Duty? I mean, maybe it's a great decision for Game Pass because you would think it would boost numbers over the course of time. But here's Strauss Zelnick basically like it's only going to help Game Pass for a period of time, and that Xbox's decision to put it in there is not rational. So
I think I mean, you could kind of point to the idea that Xbox potentially capitulated on that when they moved the day one promise out of Xbox Game Pass for console and made the Xbox Game Pass standard, right? And when is Xbox Game Pass standard going to get Call of Duty? Maybe next summer, similarly to how got Modern Warfare, or maybe never. But we got Modern Warfare 3 after however many months, because Modern Warfare 3, I presume. Yeah.
Is Modern Warfare 3? Well, no, because the standard tier doesn't exist yet.
It doesn't exist yet, so we don't know. I suppose it'll inform us quite a lot about whether Microsoft is still thinking irrationally in Mr. Zelnick's estimation. If the Game Pass standard, when that comes out, if that does include Modern Warfare 3, because obviously that'll be the first example of a new model where games don't enter the service day one, and if they're not putting Call of Duty in there day one in Game Pass standard, maybe Microsoft agrees that it would hurt Call of Duty too much, But I think there's there's also this other argument, which is that the vast majority of gaming spend these days is microtransactions. And maybe their thought process is, okay, if more people have access to Call of Duty because of Game Pass, maybe they're more likely to buy the Rhea Ripley skin, or the the other kind of skins they want to put in there, Homelander or whatever. So I think like Microsoft will probably be watching closely to see how it does affect Call of Duty, because I think it's a bigger deal than any other game they put in there. Call of Duty's business model is very expensive. It makes a lot of money, but it's also very expensive. And if you disrupt that in a negative way, it could be really devastating. So I think when Microsoft is looking at how Call of Duty enters the service and what effect that has on Call of Duty and Game Pass in general, and maybe other games in Game Pass, they'll be very closely analyzing that. I think what they expect to see is an increase in in-app purchase spending that would offset, the loss from sales. And then also a great marketing beat to say, we have, on our platform, on the Xbox platform, Call of Duty is just part and parcel of, your overall Xbox experience if you're a Game Pass Ultimate subscriber, right? So, I don't know. It could go either way, I suppose. We just have to wait and see. I think it will be interesting to revisit this discussion when Game Pass Standard launches, which is in September, if I remember right.
I think it'll also be interesting to see in like 3 years, if they continue to put Call of Duty in there, like what the numbers of Game Pass are in 3 years versus what they are right now before it hits the service. Because the quote here that Zelnick said to GameIndustry.biz, he says, I think that offering a frontline title with a premium price and a subscription service day and date will push consumers to that subscription service for at least a period of time. Meaning, like, okay, yeah,
it'll go up and then go down.
You're gonna put Call of Duty in there. Consumers are going to go and they're gonna subscribe to it, but then eventually, everybody that you could get to subscribe to the subscription service per core COD, you'll get them all, and then it's just gonna be flat, right? Like, because if you get the people this year with the new one, and then you do it again next year, and then you do it again, I think he's looking at it like you're going to have diminishing returns. Is that everybody that is really interested in going into the subscription way to get the game, you're going to basically bottom out that audience, and they'll all be subscribed. So it'll help it for a little bit, but then, okay, what do you do afterwards? And then he says, no, it won't affect. He says, however, he added that this move by Microsoft doesn't change how Take-Two views the subscription opportunity. He says, quote, no, it won't affect our decisions because our decisions are rational. Now, I would love to just have a eared, like a line directly to Xbox PR, because to me, that last line there, because our decisions are rational, that's a shot at Phil. That's a shot at Xbox leadership. Because he's basically saying that whatever Xbox is doing here is irrational, and they're not. I don't know. I think that's an interesting comment. I think that's a very interesting comment.
It was an interesting comment. I would argue that he doesn't have a huge amount of experience with subscription models, not like Microsoft does. Microsoft has vast amounts of data about how consumers behave with regards to subscription models, and they're constantly, experimenting. That's why Game Pass keeps changing as well, because they're hungry for data. They want to see, like, okay, we've done this, and can we do it this way? Would this way be better? Blah 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 blah. And and between Microsoft 365, Office, and Xbox Live Gold, they have like mountains of data when it comes to subscription service and the way consumers behave around that model. I would say vastly more experience and more data than Zelnick has. At the same time, it's clear that Microsoft is reconsidering some of this stuff because, like I said, they have removed the Day One game from Game Pass Standard and sort of made it a feature of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, which presumably has, makes the profit margins make more sense. But I think there is a lot of nerves in the publishing industry about this, because I think it's, even though the comparison doesn't make complete sense in reality, because it's a different universe, it is true that Spotify, with its sort of all-you-can-eat model, has completely and irreversibly changed consumer habits around music. Nobody buys CDs anymore. Literally nobody. And there is a trend to buy vinyls, but it's never going to make up what CDs used to do for the industry. And now, I saw a report the other day that, like, there isn't enough, based on Spotify's current model, there aren't enough humans in the world to produce the royalties to match the Spotify CEO's salary or something like that. The model, the way that the Spotify has changed consumer perceptions on the value of music has been irreversibly damaging, and and it's completely changed that industry forever. Some people say it's for the better. Obviously, consumers think it's better because, hey, I get infinite music on a pretty low monthly fee, right? Mm-hmm. But a lot of the top end musicians now, they've sort of seen the sales of their music dry up, and that's great if you're like a musician who can do a lot of touring and stuff like that, and that kind of stuff. But like for those record labels, the poor record labels, they're the ones sort of suffering out from this. So I think like publishers, when they look at how record labels and record publishers have suffered, and how much power has sort of slipped away from them to the middleman. I think they get nervous about Game Pass potentially doing the same thing. But I think Microsoft's cognizant of that, which is why Game Pass is very curated. It's not like every single game's going to Game Pass. Like every single album you could ever want to listen to potentially is on Spotify. It's not a curated library of content. Whereas Xbox Game Pass is. The games exit the service. And not only do they exit the service with a discount to try and incentivize those purchases. So I think Xbox is trying to very carefully balance a model that works for publishers, works for consumers, also works for developers, while also preserving the art we love, and also trying to inject variety back into user habits, because like Fortnite and games like that and Grand Theft Auto Online, to 2K's point, those have also irrevocably damaged consumer habits around gaming. You know, there's that famous chart which shows Rockstar's release schedule, which had it used to have tons of games in it. They've released games all the time, and now they never release any games because the whole company's working on Grand Theft Auto Online. Now, of course, he's going to say that's a good thing. It's a good thing for them. It's a good thing for the publisher because the margins are better, and it's a more reliable source of income. But all those fans who want to see I don't know, more new Grand Theft Auto games or other Rockstar games or IP that have just completely disappeared and vanished from purview because of the call of the Grand Theft Auto Online machine. That's also damaged gaming too. So at least Game Pass is trying to incentivize people to try new games and try variety and stuff like that in a younger generation that has just never really known or cared about variety because of all the service games they grew up with. So I don't know. It's not entirely surprising that he's nervous about what Game Pass could do.
He's had this opinion about it before. I mean, they've asked him about this years ago, and he's like, no, we do support subscription service on older games, right? You'll see 2K.
He's put Civ in there.
You know, 2K will go in there at some point. Grand Theft Auto will go in, come out, Red Dead. It's interesting because obviously I think there's third-party publisher versus console platform holder. So subscription model would be different for both of them. But then you even look someone like Ubisoft puts all their games day one on a subscription service, Ubisoft Plus, right? Which is even on the Xbox console. And they sort of even, when they talk about that online or in PR, they always mention hey, you could sign up really cheap and, you don't have to buy the game. EA has their service on PC where they put their games day one into the PC thing. And all their games come, to EA Play a year later, 6 months to a year later, and then in the Game Pass Ultimate. So you have a couple of the third-party publishers that do like the subscription service, and it works for them. But then, Microsoft's not the only console, manufacturer platform that doesn't, Sony does it well, but Sony, I think, has the view of it that Take-Two does, where it's no, we'll put our older games in there, because Sony won't put any of their new games in there. And hell, you would even think, for instance, Concord, which is coming out in a couple weeks here, you would think you would... it's kind of crazy that Concord's coming out in a couple weeks. And
wait, Concord's coming out in a couple of weeks?
Concord launches August 23rd. Yeah, so it comes out in a couple weeks, right?
I did not know
But you wouldn't know that. And you would think,
I didn't know that.
Well, maybe it coming, launching in PlayStation Plus would be beneficial for the game, but it doesn't really seem like, at least they haven't made that announcement yet. So it's you have these, these different viewpoints on what's best for each company's business. Take-Two clearly is the subscription model's not in our best interest for our business model, while Microsoft and Xbox and Ubisoft and to a lesser degree maybe EA are no, we're cool with that. That fits within our models. And so it works for them, but because it doesn't work for Take-Two and it didn't work for Bobby Kotick previously and it doesn't work for Sony, and they're completely against it. So when they're asked about it, well, it's not rational. And maybe it's
the thing.
maybe it's not
Sorry, go
necessarily a
on.
dig at Phil or Xbox, but it's more just like saying like it's not a rational
It
decision
doesn't
for
work.
our business
It
model.
doesn't work for us.
Because I think like
Yeah.
Strauss and Phil are probably good friends, or maybe there is some
No, they
beef.
are.
I don't know. Maybe there is some beef, and if you actually talk to Phil about it, he's like fucking stewing and is super pissed off right now. I have no idea. I'm just saying.
Or maybe it was taken out of context, or the emphasis was just doesn't translate
I'm sure,
that well
yeah,
into text.
it is like game industry that biz. But are also people going to take? We make rational decisions or whatever the quote was, right? I mean, how else are people supposed to take that?
Yeah. I mean, the thing about Game Pass is, as well for Microsoft, maybe it truly doesn't work financially. Let's just assume it doesn't for the sake of argument. I believe it does, but let's just assume it doesn't for the sake of argument. It can be a loss leader for them because it gives them like a strong differentiating aspect to their business that they really kind of need right now. Can you imagine what would be Xbox's messaging if they didn't have Game Pass right now? We're PlayStation, but we don't have Spider-Man. At least with this, they have like something that can point towards that says, look, this is how we're serving our customers, and they build the business around that expectation financially or whatever. They can make it work. So even though like you say, maybe it doesn't work for their models or for Take-Two's models or whoever's models, it doesn't work for their models. But in Microsoft's universe, where they do need this differentiation and they do need to give their long-suffering user base, us, something, they need to give us something back. This is exactly what they can give us back, which is value at the end of the day. So yeah, I don't know. The comments, I suppose, were sort of interesting on the face of it, but when you really dig into it, it's not that remarkable.
What? This is Publisher Wars. And a nice segue to Console Wars, because our buddies over at XboxERA launched a card game, Jez.
Yes, they did, and they just maxed out their Kickstarter. Yeah.
Congratulations. To them.
John, sorry, go.
Well, I was gonna say congratulations to XboxERA, John and Jesse, and I guess Nick. I'm sure though Nick probably had nothing to do with any of this. This I have a feeling like this whole thing was John's brainchild and Jesse throwing in some cool details, and then Nick was probably in the corner being like, "What we doing, mate? What we doing? Card game? Yeah. Can I buy skins for it or something? Right? But
Can
John,
I buy Rocket League cards for it?
Yeah, John had showed me the game. He gave me like a rundown for it for like a month ago. He was showing me all the stuff about it, and I was like, "Hey, that's pretty cool." I'm not necessarily one for card games. I don't really have anybody to play card games with. Anyways,
you can play it with your nephews.
Yeah, because they're going to be into the console wars and know what all the stuff is. But no, that's really exciting. That not only did the announcement came off well, but there was a lot of excitement around it, and they hit their funding goal, which I believe was $25K, and they passed it. Yeah. So it's going to be a thing.
Now they can manufacture it. Yeah, it's he showed me some of the prototypes in LA, and it's basically what it is. It's sort of like a card game you play with a bunch of friends, and it sort of parodies the whole console war. So there's like journalist cards and insider cards, and the different games, but they're obviously copyright friendly versions of the names. Like instead of Halo, it's Hola, I think, for example.
Instead of Last of Us, it's The Rest of Us. Instead of Doom, it's Mood. Right?
Mood, yeah. It's very clever. But it's very awesome, and you guys should check it out. You search XboxERA. If you just search Console Wars Kickstarter in Google or Bing, as it might be. Some people use Bing.
But there's no money. There's no money Microsoft could ever pay to get Apple to switch their thing to Bing, though.
Switch to Bing, yeah, sadly. But yeah, you can find it in your search engine of choice. I think the Kickstarter is funded, but you can, if you go in early bird, I think it's like £25 to get one pack of cards. I backed it, and even though I don't have anyone really to to play with potentially in Germany. But back to anyway, and maybe I can play with some friends over in the UK when I'm back. But yeah, congrats to XboxERA.
Yes, congrats to XboxERA indeed. A couple of super chats here. We got Tommy with 199. Says best news is Wukong is not a Souls-like.
Yeah, it's more like a boss rush game.
Wukong is coming out soon, August 20th. I'm very curious to when the game's coming out on Xbox.
Indeed.
And yeah, I wonder how
we are reviewing the game. I believe.
I wonder how it's going to review. I could see. I watched the trailers. They look really. It looks like a really fun game. Looks super cool. Could probably see it reviewing well.
Yeah, the visuals are really spectacular, and it seems like, you know, it doesn't seem like it's going to be too demanding of people in the sense like it's not going to be this 300-hour epic, complicated Elden Ring kind of game, but it's like this sort of tight, very curated, very spectacular experience. So I'm quite interested to see how well it does, and I guess then we find out how long it stays exclusively not on Xbox, right?
Yeah, I wonder, because at this time last year we were going through the whole Baldur's Gate 3 Starfield scenario, where Baldur's Gate 3 came out on PC first, and then a month later launched on PlayStation 5, and then it didn't launch on Xbox. And it took some time, and there was some back and forth about why it didn't launch on Xbox. And that was, remember, because everybody sort of blamed the Series S. And it was around Gamescom that I think Phil met them personally, and then suddenly it was like one of those policy changes, or they waived the policy, and they're like, oh, okay. It was something to do with they couldn't get co-op.
I couldn't get
couch co-op running on the Series S.
Working, yeah.
Well,
not enough RAM.
And
not enough RAM.
And that prevented it from launching at the same time as the PlayStation version. But remember, I was
parity clause.
I had always said that I didn't think they wanted to launch it on Xbox at the same time because Starfield was releasing and Starfield was free in Game Pass, and it didn't really make sense for them to release an RPG at the same time as that. And I said they'll release it when they win the game of the year award, and that's exactly what happened. So here we are a year later, and Wukong's not as anticipated as Baldur's Gate, but it's still a game that people are looking forward to. And now you kind of are playing the waiting game if you're an Xbox fan of okay, well, how long do I have to wait to play this?
Yeah, it is what it is.
Anyways, what else we got here? We got Nate Dogg with the 199. He says Fallout, Josh Schrier. Jez, hear anything franchise?
Josh Sawyer working on Fallout?
Maybe, I don't know.
I haven't heard a slither about what could be going on there. I would suspect that Obsidian are all hands on deck for Avowed and the Outer Worlds 2 right now. And I suppose they've got a roadmap for what their plans are after that. I personally would love it if they are going to work on a Fallout game.
Yeah, it would be cool.
But I also think with the TV show, I think Bethesda themselves have probably got plans about how they want to handle what comes next. So we'll see, man. We'll see.
But you know what?
I'd love it, but I personally think, if I had to guess, I would say not this time. If I had to guess.
Well, I mean,
maybe Rand feels differently.
Well, how big is Obsidian?
I think they're are they 300 now? Pretty big.
I don't know. I mean, you have...
I don't know off the top of my head.
A bunch of people working on Avowed. You have a bunch of people working on Outer Worlds. The Grounded team... Grounded stopped development, and then there was the LinkedIn post about them working on something new, which would be the Grounded team, and they're working on Grounded too. I would imagine. So I think you have 3 projects probably being worked on right now: Grounded 2, and Avowed, and the Outer Worlds 2. So I guess you could say, what about the Pentiment team? The Pentiment team is not that large. Could they be working on a Fallout game? And it's not with that many people, Not saying that Josh Schrier couldn't be doing some preliminary work on it, and then maybe the Avowed team finishes up, and okay, we all move to Fallout or whatever.
Fallout game.
And that's I guess
man.
that's the problem with having a mega franchise like Fallout, a super popular TV show that blew up out of nowhere. It's kind of funny because people were sort of down. If you recall, some of the talking points around Fallout TV show is like, I don't think anybody really expected to be good. It wasn't until like the first trailer came out that people saw that first trailer and were like, okay, that looks kind of fun. That looks like it actually could be good. And then the second trailer came out and people were like, oh my God, that looks
serious.
like it like could be really, really good. And I remember there were some people that were like making fun of her dialogue in one of those scenes. And it was just like, really? You're taking a clip out of context and judge? All right, whatever. And here we are in Fallout TV shows, like the second biggest Prime show ever. People are demanding, like, you know, hey, hurry up. The biggest could have been like Lord of the Rings, maybe, or Reacher, one of the Reacher seasons. I'm not sure.
I've never even heard of that.
But
what about The Boys? Isn't that Amazon?
The Boys is Amazon. And maybe I wonder if they're kind of judging like first seasons to first seasons. I don't exactly know the comparison, but it's like, all right, well, it's kind of a missed opportunity not to have a Fallout game ready, but then, you know, they did have the Fallout 4 update and Fallout 76 and Fallout 3 and how all those jumped. I think even Satya mentioned in the latest financial call that like gameplay time of the Fallout games on Game Pass went up like 5 times or something like that.
Yeah.
And I mean, even got
maybe that sort of, you know, inspires them to be like, maybe TV shows are the best way to market Game Pass.
Yeah, maybe. And I wonder if like Todd and them already had like an idea of maybe we need to have a spinoff being worked on by somebody because we can't get to it anytime soon, especially because we're doing Starfield stuff, right? We got Starfield expansion this year. We got a Starfield expansion next year. We're doing updates for it. Then we're going to be doing Elder Scrolls. So, like, the earliest we could get to a new Fallout game is, like, as I always joke with Jazz, 2035, baby. Who knows if the TV show is even going to be around in 2035. So, maybe there's some hope that a new Fallout game comes from somebody else. I know a lot of people are crossing their fingers it comes from Obsidian, and maybe it does. I know there are some people that are like, hey, maybe it comes from In Exile. You know, maybe
I would love that too.
Maybe they finish Clockwork Revolution and they're like, all right, baby, it's time to do a Fallout game. Maybe it comes from another studio that we're not even really, you know,
Brian Fargo has been sharing some of his Fallout merch on Twitter recently. Not that means anything, but you know, Brian Fargo obviously made the first 2 Fallout games, and he now runs In Exile, which, you know, make the Wasteland games, and they're working on Clockwork Revolution. Wasteland, seriously, if you guys like have an itch to play a Fallout game and you don't mind the sort of tactical turn-based tactic stuff, Wasteland 3 is absolutely fantastic. It's kind of like Fallout if Fallout was in the 80s, I suppose. It's like if Fallout is 1950s coded, then Wasteland is 80s coded, and yeah, it's so good. It's one of my favorite games of last gen, or is it this gen? It was last gen, right? It was last gen. So good, so good.
You know, speaking of TV shows, and because when I was putting together the show, I was like, man, like, what do I put in the title? And I was like, yeah. The Borderlands movie, because it's coming out, and apparently it's god-awful. So I guess that ends the streak of, like, good video game adaptations. I think right now it's like a 5% on Rotten Tomatoes. And it's like, it's the return of that stinky video game adaptation that we're sort of used to, instead of, wow, we're in a renaissance of TV and movies with incredible video game adaptations, right?
Dude, just a slight tangent there. Have you watched Edge Runners yet?
I love Edgerunners. Yes, I watched
Oh, yeah,
Cyberpunk
yeah.
Edgerunners when it came out. That was kind
Oh,
of
okay, cool.
you had Cyberpunk Edgerunners, which was absolutely amazing, and it got a lot of people back into Cyberpunk.
So good.
Obviously, you had
So good.
you had Fallout TV show come out, and everybody went back to play the Fallout games. You had the Last of
Yeah.
Us TV show come out.
Season
and-
2 just got announced.
Yeah, season
or
season
revealed.
2 didn't get announced, but we got to see
Got it
some
revealed,
footage
right?
for season
Yeah.
2. But season 1 was a huge hit for HBO, wildly critically acclaimed, a bunch of like Emmy nominations and all that stuff. And a lot of people went and they bought Last of Us, 1, Last of Us 2 games. The Super Mario Brothers movie, even though I particularly didn't like the movie, you can't deny how successful it was. I think it was one of the biggest movies of last year. I think it made like $1.5 billion.
Yeah.
And
I still haven't seen that.
off the success of that, they're doing like a Zelda movie, right? I would imagine they're also probably going to do another Super Mario Brothers movie.
Smash Brothers Cinematic Universe, baby.
Right? So you have all these great adaptations that have done really well.
Oh,
but
the
then,
Pokemon movie too. You forgot that one.
was there a
Detective
Pokemon movie?
Pikachu.
Oh, well,
Detective Pikachu.
I mean, I don't know if that was like...
That was fucking fantastic. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
And the
but
Sonic
this
movie,
wasn't on the-
actually.
well, the Sonic movies are really good and have done really well. But there's still that lineage of like the shitty trash stuff.
Uwe Boll.
Like Uwe
Boll.
Boll
Remember that
movies
guy?
like Blood Rain and Alone in the Dark and the original,
the
the
Rock's
Mario
Doom
Brothers
movie.
movies, or
No, the original Mario Brothers movies was awesome.
I guess some people do have a soft spot for it. I don't know where you would put the Mortal Kombat movies. Like Mortal Kombat 1, I think
love
is a
that
great
too,
movie,
man.
but Mortal Kombat 2 was awful, and the
Yeah,
new
it was.
Mortal Kombat movie wasn't that great. And then here comes Borderlands, and it's like, okay, yeah, Borderlands, sure, you could, I'm playing through the games, like, yeah, this could be something.
work.
And it's like it has some good talent. Kate Blanchett is great. Kevin Hart can shine in like, most movies I've seen him in, he's pretty good. Jamie Lee Curtis is always great. But watching the trailers, it was just like there's something off about this movie. Watching the trailers, and it was like, oh, it's directed by Eli Roth, who I think is a pretty bad director. And it's like,
What
oh
else
yeah,
has he
like
done?
he's done Hostel, he's done a couple other things,
I hate
but
that
I've never
movie.
been a fan of his. And it's like, yeah, so it's the return of bad video game movie, piece of garbage, and it's like, okay.
Who
here
would
we
you
go.
have got to direct? Who would you have got to direct a Borderlands movie?
Steven Spielberg.
Steven Spielberg.
I don't know. I have no. Christopher Nolan.
Christopher Nolan.
Could you imagine
Yeah,
Christopher Nolan?
with Hans Zimmer music
Yeah,
as
Hans
well.
Zimmer music.
And it's just completely like sort of cinematic masterpiece. That'd be just the weirdest thing. I don't know, man. I mean, I know a lot of people hate him, but I think Zack Snyder could have a good go at a Borderlands movie. Not gonna lie. He seems to do well with the ridiculous
Zack
over the top
Snyder?
stuff. Snyder, yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, I don't think anybody cared about his Rebel Moon movie. Was awful.
It been cancelled, hasn't it? I think I read.
Yeah, I don't think it did very well. And then they released both parts, and then they released the director's cut versions, and I don't think anybody cared.
Nobody cared.
Yeah.
I feel like I should watch those out of morbid curiosity because I really loved 300. And I
300
really
is
loved the
great.
Watchmen movie. I love the Watchmen movie as well. He did that, right? If I remember correctly.
Watchmen.
Did he produce it or something? I
Yeah, he
don't
did
know.
Watchmen. Yes, he did.
I love the Watchmen movie, and I know like some fans of the comic didn't like some of it, but I can't help but think like there's no other way they probably could have done this while also bringing along the regular movie-going audience. I love the Watchmen movie, so I got a weird soft spot for Snyder, man. A weird one.
Do you like his Justice League movie then? Like his director's cut version?
I haven't watched that yet. We need to. I need to watch that. I will watch that at some point. But I got a soft spot because of his older stuff. I don't know. Oh well, Borderlands sucked.
His older stuff is, I think, better than his newer stuff for sure.
I mean, all of this kind of stuff, we're talking about. Also, I know Borderlands isn't Warner Brothers, but Warner Brothers had their financials, which is in the title, and it's kind of like a nice segue into that. Warner Brothers not doing so well across the board, right?
Yeah. Well, let me get to this super chat and we'll talk about that. We got Jay Rembert with the 10. He says Microsoft's PR needs to respond to the constant hate they get from the gaming media. Why would Dring target Game Pass and not the other subs? I guess that's a valid point. Like why target Game Pass but not talk about Ubisoft or EA in that way? Also, if Microsoft gave Take-Two a major bag, GTA 6 would be in Game Pass day one.
It is all money at the end of the day.
It is all money, but how big of a bag would it have to be, though?
It'd have to be a pretty big bag. I mean, like, Apple literally said there is no amount of money that Microsoft could give to get them to use Bing instead of Google for Siri searches and stuff. But that's Apple.
How big of a bag would Microsoft have to, would Take-Two be like demand? I think you're probably talking about
300 million?
No, bro. You're probably talking about $700 million.
I mean,
you probably
that is kind of
because Grand Theft Auto 5 pulled in like $1 billion in like 3 days or 4 days or whatever it was.
Oh, that's true.
So to Take-Two, it's like, all right, well, and even if you say that's 50-50 Xbox, PlayStation, that's like $500 million in, let's just say it was like a week or whatever. I don't know the exact like time frame. And then it kept on growing and growing and growing. So you would figure, okay, there's probably even more pent-up demand for the game, plus the higher price point, because at the time, $60 versus $70, and who knows, maybe they'll actually sell this at $100 or $80, or there definitely probably be versions that are over 100 plus. I mean, there's 3 versions of Star Wars Outlaws, right? There's a $69.99 version, a $110 version, and a $130 version. I totally think Grand Theft Auto 6 could get away with that, but even on a larger scale. So you're probably even talking about more money that they could generate in a week. And it was like, okay, well, we would put it on Game Pass, but would have to fall in line with the money. So then they'd have to look at, okay, how many sales are we going to lose, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, we're going to generate this much amount of money from just launching the game. So, it's like, would they be like, yeah, we want $1 billion, $1 billion, and we'll put it on Game Pass. And at that point, Microsoft's just like, that's whatever the money would be. They're just be like, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, there probably is a number, but the number is probably so ridiculously high that it's just not.
It doesn't benefit everyone.
It doesn't benefit. It would benefit Take-Two because they would be like, okay, yeah, we made a shit ton of money and whatever, but I don't think it would benefit Xbox. Who's like, what if they take up all their budget for all of Game Pass for the whole year? And then it's like, well, how many subs are actually going to join? And what if it's not that many? At least
churn.
Yeah, plus you don't own it. It's like, at least you own Call of Duty and you own the direction of the franchise moving forward. And, there's that, but they don't own Take-Two and they don't own Grand Theft Auto. So it's like, I don't really think that amount of money would be feasible or wise. But there definitely is probably a number where they would pause to consider it. I just think it would be a ridiculous number. Ridiculous. But there is, the Warner Brother news, because just like Square Enix, which poor Square Enix,
I can't catch a break right now.
Man, what was the thing I saw that was basically like operating profit for them? It was basically like 0.05% came from console, and the rest of it, all of it, came from mobile and MMO, and like hardly any of their profit came from the console side of things. And they launched Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and their So like people were like, and I saw a lot of people being like, well, why don't you just release your games everywhere like any good third party publisher would? And like, you know, I was like sitting there being like, well, you know, at the time we made this deal for Final Fantasy Remake, it was, you know, probably a different scenario. You know, they probably thought differently, but things aren't going good for them. And we've seen, you know, Phil on stage with the triple handshake, right?
Yep.
You know,
Triple handshake.
The triple handshake. Mana's coming to Xbox in August. There are some games that are making its way over. You know, Final Fantasy 16 rumored to come, I think probably next year. Although I wouldn't hold your breath for any of the Final Fantasy games or the Final Fantasy remake games.
7 remake.
Yeah, 7 remake, Rebirth, and the third one. If it ever happens, it'll be after the third one comes out, and there's probably a chance it never comes. So if you wanted to play it, you probably play it now if you wanted to play it. But with Warner Brothers, it's interesting because their stock price has taken such a gigantic hit. I think it's down to like $7.50 now.
Let's have a look at Warner Brothers share price for funsies.
They took a $10 billion loss or a $9 billion loss this quarter. Their sales were down like 41% because of Suicide Squad in comparison to Hogwarts Legacy, which was like the best-selling game last year. So they have a lot of problems going on.
Yeah, they do.
So
if we, so this headline says it all. Warner Brothers shares crumples to all-time low after huge Q2 impairment charge. Shares of Warner Brothers Discovery slid by more than 12% in early trading to all-time lows after the media conglomerate, heavily reliant on its pay TV business, announced a whopping $9.1 billion write-down, reflecting the loss of value in its linear television networks. And that's even before you start talking about Suicide Squad. And that's a story in Variety there. So times are tough in the everything business, really. I was going to say in the entertainment business, but then I realized every business is fucking cooked right now, unless you're a military contractor, apparently. Shares of Lockheed Martin are pretty high right now. But even, you know, Intel's shares are fried. Nvidia's even going down. Microsoft's going down. A lot of the tech stocks are going down, but obviously we're here to talk about Warner Brothers right now. So they did leverage some blame at Suicide Squad.
Yes, they
for
sure did.
some of this stuff, which is completely unsurprising. Suicide Squad being a catastrophe that it is. Are you? And this sort of came with also comments from what's his name? I can never remember his name. The Warner Brothers geezer. Nobody likes him.
Zaslav.
I have no idea if he still has a job. Does he have shares or something?
Who, Zaslav?
Zaslav
runs the company.
Terrible. Yeah, but does he have shares? I mean, he's done a terrible job. So I would have thought the shareholders would have put him out to pasture right now.
Both Zaslav and Perriott explained that they wanted to grow the gaming business, especially in the free-to-play space, because they have mentioned before how they actually want to do more live service games, not less. And I remember people groaning at that. They're like, oh, come on, right? Which Perriott says can help balance out some of the ups and downs of the cyclical console industry. That's part of why Warner Brothers acquired Player First Games, developer of Multiversus, earlier this year. Zaslav followed up by noting that not only did Warner Brothers want to keep leveraging its 11 studios, but that there's, quote, also a lot of interest among others in coming in to take advantage of some of the IP for gaming, which we're looking at. There was a Financial Times article that sort of mentioned that they might be looking at like selling some of their studios or selling shares of some of their studios to interested parties. That was in a Financial Times report, and this is them coming out and basically saying like, well, we also thinking maybe we could license it, because the thing with Warner Brothers is that, well, it's kind of what Marvel or Disney was doing before, where Disney had some studios and they completely got out of gaming, and all they did was license stuff, right? That's how you ended up with Spider-Man being done by Insomniac, Blade being done by Arcane. You know, you have the Black Panther game being done by EA, the Iron Man game being done by EA, and then there's the Captain America Black Panther game being done by another studio, right? They're very much all about licensing. Indiana Jones is part of that, although not like Marvel's, but it's still like Disney and Lucasfilm. Rare with Sea of Thieves, they did the Pirates of the Caribbean stuff. So they're all just like, we'll license out our properties, and we
don't forget Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts, Star Wars, right? with Star Wars Survivor from Respawn, and Star Wars Outlaws from Ubisoft and Massive. Before they were locked into that contract, for at least for Star Wars with EA for that long time. Now they're not. Now it's like, hey, if you have an idea, whatever, and we think it's good, let's go. And we know from the Insomniac leak that, Marvel's going to do, or Insomniac's going to do Spider-Man 3, and they might be doing a Venom game, and they're eventually going to be doing an X-Men game, and they're currently doing a Wolverine game, right? And there might be even some other, deals in place for other studios, like, to make that sort of stuff. But one of the companies that you think could have done this is Warner Brothers, because they have a treasure trove of stuff that they could license out, right? They have
what? A treasure trove?
A treasure trove.
A
treasure trove of IP they could license out.
Treasure? Trevor.
Shut up. They have a treasure trove of IP that they could license out to developers that want to take advantage of it. But I mean, they also always had their own studio, so it was like, well, we maybe don't want to license this stuff out because Rocksteady wants to work on Batman, so we can't license out Batman to anybody else. Or, there was also always those weird rules in place. Like, I remember watching Smallville back in the day, which is like probably my guiltiest pleasure. When we talk about favorite TV shows ever, Lost is probably my favorite, but Smallville's up there, bro. Like, I love Smallville so much, but the thing was, like, yeah, you had Superman in it, you had Flash, Aquaman was in it, Cyborg,
Cyborg.
They could never get Batman because they had these weird rules about, I think because Christopher Nolan was doing Batman at the time, but because he was doing Batman, that means, and nobody else could do Batman. So they couldn't have Bruce Wayne show up in Smallville, even though they sort of teased it a little bit. And I think there's even some of that stuff going on now. Like, I know Christopher Reeves has his, not Christopher Reeve, but Matt Reeves has his own Batman kind of world going on there. But then they're going to have the new Batman stuff. And it sort of feels like they're going to, like...
They couldn't have, wasn't it that they couldn't have Batman in... that TV show Gotham because of the Reeves stuff as well.
Yeah, some of that
Something
stuff.
like that.
They got some things like that. So it was like, okay, well, our internal studios are going to work on our IPs and stuff. And well, Suicide Squad failed pretty intensely, pretty bad. And like they said, their stock price is down so much. And now they're like, hey, no, we're up to license this stuff. Which is great because there's a lot of cool properties that you could, Harry Potter, for instance, Batman, Justice League, Superman, Looney Tunes. They even own, I think, some of the licenses for Game of Thrones. I mean,
right.
I could just imagine a AAA Game of Thrones Witcher-style RPG. I mean, how incredible would that be? But you'd have to find the right developer with the right pedigree, with the right budget to kind of make that dream a reality. But I mean, they have a ton of awesome IP that just kind of sits there. And now they're talking about, like, hey, maybe we sell some of their studios, right? They own NetherRealm, Mortal Kombat, and I guess like the question then becomes, who's interested? And then, there's rumors that I keep on hearing that people keep on sending me, like, tweets and stuff that, Xbox is interested in buying all of Warner Brothers, or Xbox is interested in buying a single studio, or Xbox would be interested in licensing out some of the IPs. Now, this was a conversation that we had years ago, Jazz, if you remember this.
Yeah, this has come up a few times about Microsoft potentially getting involved in Warner Brothers, because Warner Brothers for years has sort of been like, we're serious about gaming, and then, oh, actually, gaming's a bad idea, and then, oh, we're serious about gaming again after Harry Potter, and then, oh, Suicide Squad came out, we're nervous again. So there's always this question of like, is Warner Brothers really committed to this? And now they're signaling, potentially not. So now the question becomes again, is Xbox going to start investing in content again? And I suppose, has anything really changed from our old arguments? Back in the day, when these
So
rumors,
remember when
go on.
was this before they bought Bethesda? I think it was. It's tough to remember the timelines, right? When
Yeah,
Microsoft was doing
I'm
this
not hard.
stuff, because there was a time Warner Brothers was looking to sell, and I remember it was like there was 3 publishers that were maybe looking at it, and then I remember a report came out. It was like Microsoft has entered the fold, and everybody got super excited. And I'm trying to place it, and maybe chat can help me, but I want to say this was around 2019. I think this was before Bethesda, but I'm not sure. I want to say it is, though. We know that Microsoft was on the hunt for stuff. They had purchased all those studios in 2018, and it was like, oh, Warner Brothers is up for sale. Or maybe it could have been after the Bethesda purchase. I don't remember. I know it was like right in that time frame. And there was that report that Microsoft was interested in it. And I think we had talked about it at length, and I think we had both said that it wasn't going to happen because the problem is Microsoft wants to own IPs. They don't want to license anything, right?
Yeah.
And so the problem with it is, I think at the time, was that Microsoft didn't want to buy Warner Brothers because they wouldn't own the licenses to Batman or Superman or any of that stuff. So any of the so they would have to then, you'd buy all these studios, and I always made the pitch of like, oh man, Rocksteady's such a great studio. You could have them make something that's not, superhero related, or Monolith's so good, and this studio's great, NetherRealm, and we talked about, hey, NetherRealm would be a great pickup. Microsoft needs a fighting game. All these sort of examples, and I think it boiled down to they don't want to buy anything where they don't own.
Yeah.
And it's like, and it was the question of, I don't really think they see value in any of those studios without the IPs that made them what they were. Because part of like buying Bethesda is you buy Bethesda, but then you own all the IP. So then you have all the money coming in on previous sales of stuff because you own the Doom IP, you own the Fallout IP, you own the Elder Scrolls IP. Right?
And that cash flows your future.
Cash flows the future.
Ambitions.
But if you bought Warner Brothers and you didn't have the IP, so it's like all that. So now they need to work on something new, and then some of like the revenue that you would make from that stuff would have to go if you want to license it to Warner Brothers, and it's like, well, I don't know if that's a good idea, and that's why I think nobody ended up buying them, because why would you? Why would anybody look at that and be like, no, we're going to buy you, but then we're also then going to have to license the thing that makes you popular or makes you useful? We'll just... And I think you always said, like, they'll just hire the people from the studios to into their own. Like, why bother buying the studio? Because people are going to get laid off there, and then you could just hire the laid off employees. And that's how some of that stuff works, right? But here we are again. A few years later, Microsoft has already, bought Bethesda and bought ABK, so they spent a ton of money on gaming. And Warner Brothers' stock price is incredibly low. In fact, an all-time low. And, you look at ABK, and the reason Microsoft bought them at the time was their stock price was extremely low too. And it fit a lot of what Microsoft was envisioning for the future of like, hey, Call of Duty, mobile, PC, Blizzard, Game Pass, all that stuff, right? It was just kind of that opportunity that couldn't pass it up. And here we are again, and it's like, all right, this is available. And we know that Microsoft was interested in getting some of Warner Brothers games on Game Pass, if you recall from like some of the trial stuff that they were interested in getting, like Gotham Knights and Suicide Squad, and there was like even figures listed with each of the games like monetary value, like, oh, we want these games on Game Pass and we pay this much or whatever. So that, here we are again, and the question comes down to it is like, would Microsoft be interested? Because people are talking about this and, all this sort of stuff. So I guess I'll let you go first. I mean, what do you see coming out of this? Would Microsoft make a play to license an IP from them for one of their studios? Would Microsoft be interested in buying a single individual studio like NetherRealm, knowing that they need a fighting studio if they're up for sale? Or would Microsoft be like, let's spend whatever it would be to we'll take the gaming segment off of you, Warner Brothers, because I doubt they would be interested in buying all of Warner Brothers, like the streaming TV stuff and the DC comic stuff. I think they'd be only interested in the game segment. Like, okay, let's buy the whole thing for a couple billion and license out the IPs. Like, I don't know. Like, what do you think is the rumors surrounding it and stuff? What's your take on everything?
I think since ABK, we haven't really seen Microsoft make any moves in acquisitions, just generally speaking. And if I had to guess, I think they are still nervous about rushing into more acquisitions on the basis of just how much of a headache ABK was. Regulators in America and Europe, but also in America, they're on the warpath right now. They're investigating all these companies for consolidation and, the negative impacts of consolidation. And, we saw that the FTC put out a statement about, well, not a statement, but was it a complaint or whatever about, the fact that they put the price up of Game Pass, essentially proving one of their theories of harm, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also, they have just convicted Google of operating an illegal monopoly over Google search. That's going to have a devastating effect on Google's business if they fail to successfully appeal that, because they could break Google up if they win in court that Google has an illegal monopoly. They will force Google to split up into several different entities, and that Google search operates, as a sole company and can't then have the opportunity to promote its own products, because that's what they're arguing, is that Google owns Google, and therefore when Google pushes products like, I don't know, Android or Pixel phone or YouTube or whatever, that Google enjoys an unfair advantage over competing products. Now, I'm not Microsoft buying a failing company like Warner Brothers Games operation. I think it would be difficult to argue in court that it's going to contribute to the same sort of level of monopoly that Google has. And I think Microsoft would still be able to make the argument that they're still behind some of their competitors. And I think there's a really strong narrative they can weave there. They can always point at Tencent and just be like, well, this foreign company's beating us, and you're trying to support China. How dare you support China? And just sort of make it sort of like almost a nationalistic kind of thing. I'm not saying they would do that, but it's something like that could be argued that Microsoft isn't necessarily, even if they did buy Warner Brothers, it would put them in a monopolistic state. But at the same time, I think Microsoft is hyper nervous about getting into any situation that would jeopardize ABK. So if I had to guess, Microsoft probably isn't going to move on Warner Brothers, if I had to guess. And for a multitude of reasons. A, the business isn't that healthy. B, they wouldn't get the important IP like your Batmans, like your Harry Potters.
Mm-hmm.
And C, I think they're nervous about how it could impact the ongoing court cases with ABK. That being said, personally, I would love to see them pick up NetherRealm, because I think NetherRealm and Mortal Kombat IP, because they are a fantastically consistent studio. They have fantastically consistently delivered and served their audience well. And I think fighting games, like, while they do have killer instinct, I think we can all agree here that Mortal Kombat is by far and away the sort of prestige fighting brand that I think eludes Xbox's landscape right now. And it will give them a major stake in that entire genre, which has eluded Xbox, I suppose. But it's not like they'd make Mortal Kombat exclusive, though. But it would be a great, pitch for Game Pass again. It's like, oh, Mortal Kombat's and the characters, maybe the DLC, whatever, is in Game Pass. Maybe they could even do like a free-to-play Mortal Kombat where like you get all the characters Riot style or something like that. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but yeah, I do think if I had to guess, and this is purely guesswork based on nothing but analysis of the current situation landscape we find ourselves in, I don't think anything will come of this, personally speaking. Rand, how do you feel? Do you think something will come of this, or are you in Team Jez right now?
Well, I don't think they'd buy the whole publisher, because I think the idea of buying the whole publisher and then licensing out the IPs is something that they don't want to deal with. So I think that's probably outside of like what their interest is. And I sort of think like where you look at where the business was or where they thought the business was going to be in 2021 versus where it is now, I think there would probably also be some pushback on spending that type of money and then going through that whole process again where, like I mentioned, 2021, late 2021, when Microsoft and Phil were on those phone calls with Bobby in November of 2021, Xbox was selling, consoles were selling through the roof. They couldn't keep them in stock. They were outselling PlayStation. Yeah, they were outselling PS5 at the time, even though PS5 had its own sort of stock issues, right? I mean, we saw like Satya talk about how it's the fastest selling Xbox ever, and it was number one selling console for like 3 quarters in a row, or whatever it was. Game Pass was growing by leaps and bounds at that time too. So it was like, okay, well, this is going to continue. What do we need to do to take Game Pass to the next level? We got Bethesda. We have our own studios working on stuff. Game Pass is blowing up massively. And it's like, what's the next step? And we had seen from the leaked documents that they had looked at Bungie and they had looked at a whole bunch of, Sega, right? In fact, they even sort of got the approval to kind of explore talks with Sega, according to those emails. So they were looking for the next acquisition, the next big-time acquisition, right? But then ABK became available because of all the lawsuits and their stock price really tanked. And it was like, okay, let's like make a push for this. This could be the piece that we need. Even though it wasn't something we were really actively searching for, this could be the piece because it ties in everything that we want. And everything's good right now. Game Pass is growing. Consoles are selling. We're good. And it's like, this won't take us very long to push through. And, it ended up taking a long time to push through. Longer than I think they anticipated. And where the business is, at least for them right now, compared to where they thought it was going to be, I think they missed their expectations and stuff, right? Like consoles not growing anymore, which, wasn't the case in 2021. And Game Pass is sort of stagnated, even by their own admission a little bit. So it's kind of like we're in a different spot. Granted, something like Warner Brothers wouldn't cost nearly as much as probably ABK or Bethesda, honestly, especially if its stock price is $7.50. But I just don't think they like the idea of adding all those, because like already, like Matt Booty is probably already, like he's overseeing 30 studios. He oversees Xbox Game Studios plus Bethesda plus ABK. You add in, Warner Brothers, that's another 11 studios. But then it's like, now you got to deal with all the licenses and when those expire and stuff. So I don't really see that happening, mainly because I think Microsoft is probably, and Xbox are probably all about maybe making sure their budgets are under control for their games and everything else. I mean, we even seen because of the ABK stuff that Microsoft is exploring bringing their games elsewhere. And I think that's also a part of like where they thought the business was going to go in 2021, where they thought it was going to be, and then where it realistically ended up. and it was like, oh, but we just spent $70 billion and we thought it was going to give us this, but we're not here, so we need this. We need these margins. So I don't think that's going to happen. But I could see Microsoft picking off an individual studio if it was something that fit a need, and it was something that they could get the IP for, right? Like buying, for example, let's say buying Rocksteady, even though I would love it because Rocksteady is one of my favorite developers and I didn't hate Suicide Squad like a lot of people did. I don't think Microsoft buying Rocksteady makes sense. Because
they can just poach those staff.
Right, you could poach the staff and you would need the IP to go along with it. So, but like Jez mentioned, buying NetherRealm, if they were available, and getting the IP ownership of Mortal Kombat, okay, well that solves your fighting game problem. Now you got an internal fighting game studio, and you can work with that, and that's something that fills a need, and that fills something that you would want, right?
And there's huge cross IP pollination potential with Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
You could put Lilith in Mortal Kombat, like we've had Lilith in Call of Duty, of all things. You could do all that kind of stuff, and you could tie it to Game Pass and all that kind of stuff. It would be ideal.
Absolutely. But then I also think, I would have said this wouldn't have been possible before, but I very much think Microsoft doesn't like the idea of licensing anything. But Bethesda showed me maybe that's a little different, because we do have Indiana Jones and we do have Blade, right? Yeah. That Bethesda's licensing.
But are they? I can't help but feel like
I think those were previous decisions.
No. I think Microsoft still doesn't like licensing.
Maybe they don't.
I think why they did that was because fans really wanted Xbox to have an answer to Spider-Man, and and that kind of. I think that's Microsoft responding to feedback personally.
Maybe, but I'm saying I could see a scenario where, for example, let's say we always question like, hey, what do you do with Ninja Theory after Hellblade 2? Right? Okay, Project Mara, is it a thing? Is it still happening? How long is that going to what does that game sort of look like? And it's like, all right, well, are we really doing Hellblade 3? Is there really an audience for that franchise? But then what if they went to Xbox and was like, hey, could we license, I don't know, Superman for our next game, and they could make a Superman game? I think, and this is just an example, and I don't think it's the right example. This is just one off the top of my head, and I don't think Superman would be a right fit for what Ninja Theory does. It would have to probably be more of a ground-based melee character. So
Azrael game.
Whatever. So just like, what if they were like, okay, instead of this, like, let's license out and make
Azrael's probably not big enough.
Batman game. If somebody's not doing, and they probably wouldn't be allowed Batman, but you get my point. Like, instead of doing Hellblade 3, let's do a license-based superhero game that's melee orientated, and maybe Microsoft's like, okay, let's do that instead. I could see that scenario happening with maybe one of the studios that they own. They own a lot now, whether it's from ABK, Bethesda, or Xbox Game Studios, where there's like, okay, let's talk to Warner Brothers and let's pitch it. Because remember how I think it was how the Blade pitch came, is like they finished off like Deathloop or whatever, and they made like a prototype for Blade, and then they went to Marvel, and Marvel saw the pitch and heard the pitch and was like, absolutely, let's go. And maybe that's sometimes all it takes.
Go.
Right? Like how Todd really wanted to make an Indiana Jones game, and then he went and he pitched it to Warner or to Marvel to Disney, Lucasfilm, and they're like, absolutely. And it was like, who do you want to work with? And it was like Machine Games, and it was like, boom, boom, let's go. So maybe while they're pitching their next games for some of these studios, maybe someone's like, oh, well, I would like to make this. And then you come up with a really good pitch, and the Microsoft Xbox people like it, and you take it to Warner Brothers, and maybe they like it, especially if they're trying to save some money on all this stuff, and boom, you have your game. I think that could be a realistic possibility too. So I think buying an individual studio could happen, and I think licensing something out could happen as well. I think buying the whole kit and caboodle, though, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think Xbox is in a different place. And if I were to say, I know some people say, well, you want Microsoft to buy a publisher, they haven't done anything, and look at all the problems and all the layoffs and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, that aside, like, honestly, even if you were saying, like, hey, who should Microsoft purchase next? I think you'd still probably look at Sega over Warner Brothers, simply because you would own everything.
Yeah.
Rather than Warner Brothers, where you would have to buy all of Warner Brothers to get the IP, and I don't think they want to. Like, does Microsoft want to run a comic book, a film, a streaming company? I mean, I don't know. Maybe they do.
Maybe
I don't know.
After Fallout TV show, maybe they do. But man, Warner Brothers will come with so many problems to buy that all up. Many problems.
Exactly. So it's like, nah.
There'd be so many layoffs.
There would
tons and tons of layoffs.
So it's like, even then, if you're talking about who's the publisher Microsoft would purchase next, I still think Sega probably makes the most sense for the goals that they have left, where Warner Brothers doesn't make sense simply because of the IP ownership. But then again, there's the Matt Booty connection, right? Matt Booty worked at Midway. Matt Booty has some kind of ins with them. Maybe he's like the devil on Phil's shoulder, being like, do it, you know, like, let's get some of the old Midway IP up in here. But yeah, I could see the other two happening. I could see if, like, buying an individual studio or, you know, licensing out something for future use, I think even buying, you could even see Activision go and license some skins for Call of Duty, right? You would put a take out there on Twitter that was like, you said something along the lines of, maybe this is old man at the cloud, or old man screaming at the clouds, but it was like seeing all the different skins, like, oh, I'm turning the corner, and there's Cody Rhodes and Rhea Ripley, and there's the Warhammer character, and there's the Fallout character. And it's like, it's not even Call of Duty anymore, right?
No, it's Call of Fortnite.
It's
still fun as hell, and I have to admit, when I killed someone with a steel chair in Call of Duty, it was hilarious. But the novelty wears off fast, and it's like, man, I just kind of wish it was where's my immersive, gritty military shooter gone, you know, kind of thing. And then I did feel like I was a bit old man yelling at clouds. But yeah, I don't know.
But I mean, now if they're looking to license some stuff out, you could get a Batman skin, a Superman skin, a Green Lantern skin, or a Game of Thrones, like, here's Jon Snow, right? Or here's here's not Donald Duck. Here's Daffy. Here's, you know,
Daffy Duck,
Bugs Bunny and stuff. You could do that stuff now if they're more willing to license
Bugs
those things
Bunny
out.
In Call of Duty?
I'm just saying you could.
That is fucking cursed, man. That is fucking cursed, bro. Why you put that fucking energy out there?
I'm just saying. I think it's a possibility, man. It's all about selling skins.
It's a scary, horrible possibility.
It's all about selling skins at the end of the day. And Bugs
Bunny
Bunny and Call of Duty, man. Come on.
No, Jesus Christ, no. It's gonna happen. You said that.
Did you see? Speaking of Call of Duty, did you see any of the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 zombies previews that dropped?
I didn't read the previews, but I did watch the trailer, and I thought it looked absolutely fantastic. To be frank, I think if there is a mode where I wouldn't mind ridiculous skins, it's probably the zombies mode. But yeah, I really enjoyed zombies back in the day even when they first launched it. I always thought this is a really great sort of, you know, get on, mash some. It feels good. Like, I really like Call of Duty's, the way Call of Duty FPS combat feels, you know, and applying it to like more stuff is always welcome. So I really like the look of that. But I'm gonna go off on a tangent here. Did you see the multiplayer previews for Space Marine 2?
I did. Did you play Space Marine 1?
I did not, unfortunately.
So Space Marine 1, the campaign was great, and I'm trying to think if it had co-op. I know it had co-op missions because I remember playing those with my buddies. I think I played it with Gopher and Magic. No, I didn't know Gopher then. I think I played it with Magic and DOA, and those were hard as hell. But it also had straight up multiplayer, and I thought the multiplayer was pretty good for what it offered, right? And this Space Marine seems to be doing pretty much the same thing. You got a campaign that you can play in co-op. You also have co-op PvE missions you can do. Then you also have straight up multiplayer that you can play. What did you think of it as someone who didn't play the original?
Well, I think it looks I think Focus Home are going to have a huge hit on their hands, man. I think it looks really good. The quality looks really good. My colleague actually played the game recently for a preview up on Windows Central. Samuel Tolbert, shout out to him. He described it as crunchy, and I like that. I like the sound of that. Crunchy, yes, sort of bone scrunching, chainsawing weapons and stuff. And I have always had this sort of aspirational interest in the 40k universe, but it's always like it's sort of this impenetrable behemoth. It's like mountains of lore and all these figurines and all this kind of stuff. But I feel like it's had this groundswell of popularity recently. My brother is at least amongst people I know, my brother is playing Rogue Trader right now, Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, which is a CRPG from LCAT Games. And he absolutely loves it. He finished it today, said it's brilliant. He totally sold me on it. He said it was better than Baldur's Gate. So, he's a Warhammer 40k fan, so maybe he would say that. But it does sound fantastic. I also played a lot of Darktide. I don't feel like Darktide had the staying power that I hoped it would have, but I haven't been to check it out since it launched. But yeah, I think they're gonna have a massive hit on their hands, man. There's a lot of really good games coming out in this sort of period.
And September is loaded. Like you have the Star Wars Outlaws basically launches at the end of August. Yeah. You have Age of Mythology comes out the 4th. You have Astrobot on the 6th, and I think like the 7th.
Reviews for that went up today. The Age of Mythology also sounds like it's going to be very good. Yeah.
You have Warhammer on like the 7th or 8th. You have the new Test Drive game, which I'm sort of interested in. That's coming out like the 10th or something. Dead Rising, I think, comes out the 17th.
Some controversy about that right now.
Yeah, about like what, taking pictures of the girls. Something like that. You don't get any Exotica points anymore.
No,
I think both me and you believe Shattered Space expansion for Starfield will be launching in September.
Yeah, maybe that's a Gamescom announcement, but maybe it misses September, but we'll find
out. It absolutely would be a Gamescom announcement if
of course.
Because that's the thing. Like we last week when we were live, the Avowed delay was made official, and it was like, well, if they thought that the Shattered Space delay, if they thought that Shattered Space or Towerborn or Indiana Jones had any chance of slipping or were going to slip, they would announce it along with the delay of Avowed, right? Because you don't want multiple bad news. It's like, oh no, so we just delayed Avowed, but then on the list, which was that whole thing of like, we got so many games, we need to delay something, we need to save your backlogs. They still listed Starfield as TBA 2024. So it was like, okay, they must know it's coming this year. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just be like, oh, by the way, these two things are delayed? So I think Starfield will be September because I think Dragon Age is October, and I think they wanted enough kind of breathing space between one RPG and the other. So, and you don't really need that much leeway into announcing, a DLC or an expansion before it actually comes out, right?
That's true.
So it's like, like you could just, everybody knows it's coming, and then, okay, in August, boom, you announce it, here's a new trailer, maybe here's a new update, and it's like, okay, the expansion comes out. And I think a lot of people already own it, because I think a lot of people bought the $100 version, and a lot of people paid.
Yeah, I did.
A lot of people paid the $35 upgrade for the Game Pass thing, which comes with the expansion. So maybe it's not even so much like we need to sell this, as in like we just need to deliver it because it's part of this package that a lot of people have already bought. right? Where maybe like the second expansion, Starborn, rumored to be, is one that they would do a little bit more marketing for, because it's something that people would actually have to buy, and it doesn't come with your $100 purchase or whatever. So I think that's
Yeah, and I would
probably
expect maybe Starborn is going to be a bigger effort as well, kind of like how like Far Harbor was a much bigger expansion. I think that was that the second expansion for
wasn't
Fallout
Far
4 or the
Harbor the
third?
only expansion, the
No,
only
there
like
was
story expansion.
no. There was Nuka World as well.
Mm.
That was story. That had some story, I think. But Far Harbor was by far the biggest one, I think, and that didn't come out before the other ones. There was a bunch of DLC for that game. There's also Automatron, if I remember correctly.
Mm.
That had a smaller quest attached to it. Yeah, I don't know.
We have
Yeah, we'll see.
Mr. Helix, member for 40 months, says, maybe it's my age, but why are people giving business advice to businesses when they really have no knowledge of it? But that's just me.
Who's doing that then?
I don't know. Are you saying that we're giving business? I don't think we were giving business advice to Take-Two or Microsoft. I don't know. Maybe
Right.
he's talking about chat. Maybe people were trying to give advice to these big companies in chat.
Right.
But yeah, I'd sort of agree with you in that sense. Like, I don't know anything about
Well,
running a billion-dollar business, so
all we can do really is we don't have all the data that Take-Two and Microsoft have. Like when it comes to, we can analyze what we know and speculate, but we can't really advise. Like even if we did know how to advise the business, even like professional analysts at Bloomberg or wherever else, they don't have all the data because Microsoft doesn't share all the data. So really, what this is not giving advice to Microsoft. It's analyzing what we know and speculating on what could happen as people who are invested in the ecosystem. Um, that's how I see it, anyway.
yeah. We also have Dave Ramos with the 5. Is there even a 1 million chance Xbox could buy DC outright and truly become the Netflix of gaming, owning all the rights to DC? I mean,
Man,
maybe there is a 1 millionth of a chance. And maybe in some alternate universe it happens, but I really don't think they want to buy the whole thing, because I don't think they have any use for the whole thing. It would just be an individual studio here or there, or maybe licensing something. And I just don't see Microsoft wanting to be like, okay, now we have a streaming network we got to run. We have movie studios we have to run. We have a comic book company we have to run. I just don't think they want any of that stuff.
And it's also like, why do they think they could run it better? Microsoft has no expertise for that stuff. So like you'd think that they'd probably want to bring some people in who've had success in that space. Like and evidently Warner Brothers is struggling. Warner Brothers themselves are struggling with this right now. So who do you bring in to run that? It opens up a huge can of worms, in my view. But
yeah,
I don't know.
So, I mean, I know it would be cool. Like, oh man, they got all this stuff, but then it's like, I know there's, even with Insomniac, a lot of Sony fans have been saying, there's some of them that aren't happy that Insomniac basically became a, Marvel, Spider-Man, dev house, and all they do is that sort of stuff. There's some people that wish they would do other things, because there are some people that like have no interest in Marvel games.
Me,
like you, for instance. Now, granted, like, they already have 11 other studios, so maybe it wouldn't be that big of a deal. And it's like, and Microsoft would probably even become more multi-platform because of it, because it's like, you're going to spend more money. Well, if you're going to spend more money and get all this stuff, guess what? Now you're definitely, those games are probably even more, you have to be everywhere, since they're already walking down that path, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I think there is an event going on right now, Quakecon.
They showed Doom, the Dark Ages behind closed doors.
Doom Dark Ages gameplay, yes.
Attendees only. So jelly, man. So jelly.
Know. Do you know anybody that's there?
Nope. Don't know a single soul. But they also announced Doom 1 and 2 Enhanced Edition, which comes with a bunch of mods as baseline.
Yeah, a
Bunch
new
of community
stories
upgrades,
mission, I guess.
more levels. Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
and
and
if you
multiplayer
own
maps.
Doom or Doom 2, I think you get the upgrade for free, and it's also a part of
Ooh,
Game Pass if you don't, anyways.
sweet.
Because I looked at my games folder on Xbox and I was like, oh, I own this. I was like, oh, cool. I mean, I won't play it because I'm not really interested in playing Doom or Doom 2. But it's like, oh man, if I ever wanted to, it's there. I really want to see the Dark Ages gameplay because we got the snippet of it at the showcase, and
Yeah.
it's like just a snippet. But I want to see
Oh,
more.
looks so
I want to see
good. Looks
more,
so
and it's like one of those things where it's
good.
like, oh man, if they're showing off even more gameplay, I sort of wonder how. Because in my mind for next year, 2025, you have like Avowed in February, and in my mind, I sort of have Doom in May. Right?
I'm on board with that.
Because you had Doom Eternal launch in March, because it kicked off the pandemic, if you remember, alongside
Yes.
Animal Crossing, and I want to say Doom 2016 launched in March, but I want to double check. So Doom 2016 launched in May. So Doom 2016 launched in May 13th, 2016, and Doom Eternal launched in March. So both of those games have been early in the year releases. So when I think of like, okay, here's what we got, I'm thinking Doom: The Dark Ages is a May release next year. So you have like your Microsoft and their whole a big release every quarter. Okay, Avowed's now in the first quarter, January, February, March. And then we got Doom in April, May, and June. And then you figure out, like, hey, South of Midnight, a Fable in the other 2 quarters or whatever. And that's at least my hope, is that Doom is May. How cool would that be? And if they're showing off more gameplay, maybe it's closer than we think. I mean, it's been a while, right? You would think, okay, 2025, the Doom Eternal came out in 2020. Maybe they are close, you know?
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Does it come with a multiplayer mode?
It'll come with something multiplayer related, whether it's co-op or strict, like a straight up multiplayer mode. I just don't think it'll be straight up. Like, this is just a single player game. Yeah, they did get rid of it for Eternal, and it was that co-op stuff or co-op versus
2v1
Yeah.
mode. Yeah.
I just don't see them doing here's straight up single player. There would be, I think there's going to be some sort of either co-op or multiplayer mode attached to it, maybe made by somebody else.
I would not say no to another arena style shooter like the last one, like Doom 2016. I actually quite enjoyed that personally. It didn't have the longevity. I mean, those kind of multiplayer games, they're old school, but man, I did enjoy it, my time with it, you know.
Yeah.
And even those old school ones, you didn't play them forever. I actually tried to play. I opened the Xbox app the other day because I was messing around. I'm rewriting some of my reviews at the moment for some of Xbox's services, right? And I opened the Xbox app, I think just to get a screenshot or something. And the game it recommended to me right at the top was Quake 3 Arena. And I thought, oh shit, I'm going to install that. I just randomly decided to play Quake 3 Arena this past week. And yeah, man, they don't make them like that anymore. They sure as hell don't. But yeah, I would like a traditional like Doom 2016 multiplayer arena mode. But maybe you're right. Maybe it's just not possible in today's times.
Well, that's why I'm interested in seeing how Space Marine's going to do. Because you don't really see games with a single player with a multiplayer component like that anymore, right? All the multiplayer games that are out are sort of either just strictly multiplayer, and it's a live service that's continuously updated. And you used to see this a lot during the 360 gen, where it was a single player game with some throwaway multiplayer add-on, right?
Yeah.
And you don't see that anymore. Mainly because I don't really think games are just so expensive. It was like, we're either going to be single player, we're going to be multiplayer. But I think it's so tough to compete with all the big multiplayer games that already exist. For a lot of companies, it's just like, it doesn't make any sense. Like if we're making a Space Marine 2 single player campaign, they would be like, it's just a waste of money to make a multiplayer mode because who's really going to play it after a couple weeks, right?
I saw a really depressing Instagram reel the other day, and it was a dude walking through Halo Master Chief's maps, and they were all empty. And he was just saying, hey, it was good while it lasted. The Master Chief collection stuff. It's tough out there, man, for multiplayer games.
But yeah, this is something that you saw all the time, but this is like one of the first times this gen that I can think of a game that had an attached multiplayer mode. Because even something like Concord that comes out it's just the multiplayer, right?
That's true.
And you don't really see, here's a single player game, here's the multiplayer stuff. You know, we're talking about it because of Doom 2016 had the attached multiplayer mode.
But you know, Gears is gonna have it, right?
Gears, yeah. Although I wouldn't be surprised if like the Gears multiplayer mode is free, like Infinite's was.
Oh, you mean like? Oh, okay. So you're thinking that the modes, if they are doing the modes, they have to be like Halo, where it's the multiplayer bit is free.
Yeah.
To play. I mean, well, good. We got Call of Duty still rocking that.
Yeah, but Call of Duty's like the big daddy. It can do it because I mean, and Call of Duty does a lot. It does a lot that a lot of games aren't doing. It does a fully fleshed out campaign. It's got a fully zombies mode, and it's got the multiplayer mode plus the Warzone stuff. So, you know, because it makes so much money and because of how big it is, you can demand that sort of budget and the workforce needed to make that stuff every year. Where I sort of wonder, like with Warhammer 2, what is the multiplayer population going to be in 3-4 months from now? Are people? Because I'm getting it because I want to play it through the single player campaign. Maybe do some co-op stuff. I don't care about the multiplayer, but maybe there's going to be a tight multiplayer community of a couple hundred people that consistently play it or something. That's their game.
Well, put it this way, dude. I was surprised how many active servers there were in Quake 3 Arena.
Oh,
okay. So, you can never really tell. I mean, but that's the thing. Like, no company wants Quake 3 Arena numbers, do they? They want Fortnite numbers.
Yeah, that's all they really want.
Yeah, and
what's funny is Jason Schrier was on the Friends Per Second podcast, the Scale Ups podcast, with Lucy James and Jake Baldino. And they were talking about Sony's strategy, and they were talking about Bungie, because there was the CEO quotes about Bungie, and he mentioned like restructuring and all these kind of like terms. They were like, oh man, Bungie, like it's, but yeah, like Jason was sort of mentioning like it's not looking good over at Bungie, and it's not looking good for Marathon. He even mentioned that, like there's a chance it may not even come out next year. There's been a lot of turnover in the leadership team on like Marathon side of things, and essentially,
and there's also these sort of expectations that Marathon might just be PlayStation exclusive now. They've taken more control.
Well, remember that was my concern when we talked about it before. Well, not even my concern because I don't really care that much, but I was like, well, PlayStation gave the independence to Bungie, and Marathon was announced for Xbox. But now, if Bungie's being run by Herman Holst, are they going to be like,
fuck Xbox?
Fuck Xbox, because we won't even put Lego Horizon on it. We're not going to release it on Xbox.
Horizon.
We're going to, or is it one of those things where there's so much money invested in Bungie and so many people working there and so much riding on the success of Marathon that you have to release it on Xbox because you need the game to be successful more so than like, oh, we need to drive people to buy PlayStations, right?
Yeah.
So I sort of wonder what sort of decisions they would come to because I'm sure they're probably talking about it.
And I think like one thing we all have to acknowledge here is that like launching solely on PlayStation, that's not a good strategy anymore. Square Enix with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has proved that out more so than anyone right now. where they're talking about how they pretty much made zero money from launching only on PlayStation. And Sony themselves, they are launching their back catalog on PC. That is a capitulation to the fact that console isn't enough for anyone. Even Sony, with its, all the
It's
fanboys
enough
say,
for
"Oh,
Nintendo. It's enough for Nintendo.
Yeah, but Nintendo's like they've got so much control of themselves. I think like if the
I mean, like
shareholders had more control of
like
Nintendo,
you think if the shareholders had more control and Nintendo's budgets were out of line, it's like I feel like Nintendo's budgets are kept pretty
tight.
pretty
Yeah, but
tight.
I think if shareholders had more control of Nintendo, you'd sure as hell see them launching on Steam. I think at least.
Hmm.
I genuinely believe that, but that's the thing. Like Nintendo has like a very their shareholders are pretty happy with what they're doing, and but Sony's and Microsoft's evidently aren't. So in that context, you have to think like what they're doing there is effectively capitulating to the fact that PlayStation by itself isn't enough. So even Sony's saying that now, and Sony's putting their games. If Sony's putting their games onto PC and Steam, that is them admitting that their own platform is not enough. I don't care how many screaming fanboys want to deny that fact.
I'm sure
if
this is gonna get clipped by somebody input online and being like blah 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 Xbox fans cope about PlayStation or some stupid shit, right?
No, I mean maybe let them, but it's hardly cope when Xbox has done the same thing. Like Xbox has long admitted that Xbox install base wasn't enough, and now we're seeing Sony admit the same thing. Square Enix pretty much said in their investors call, launching on one platform evidently isn't enough for them and their costs. And maybe the issue isn't the install base. Maybe the issue, maybe PlayStation is enough if they kept their costs down. But like all these California developed photorealistic games, they ain't cheap to make, man. They are not cheap to make. And if you want to maximize your return on that investment, digitally speaking, you've got to digitally be where people are, because the cost of user acquisition has well outpaced the growth of the console install base for everyone. And that's not just Xbox, that's for PlayStation as well. For whatever reason, Nintendo is happy to accept their position. But, if you look at, some analyses, EA has a bigger business than Nintendo. And EA doesn't even run a platform.
Do they though? I don't think they do.
Was it EA? Well, Tencent then. Tencent definitely has a bigger platform.
Makes them more money than anybody.
And they don't have a platform. They don't have an operating system. So like that says it all. You don't.
Well, I mean, this goes in the
platform could be considered an unnecessary overhead. That'll be the fear for us as whether you're a PlayStation guy or an Xbox guy or a Nintendo guy. The fact that Tencent does so well without a platform, that'll be making shareholders speak up and be like, look, doesn't Tencent's business model basically say that having your own platform is an unnecessary overhead? And I think Destin Legary caught some flack recently for saying like,
well, it doesn't make business sense for them to make a console.
Yeah, when will it not make business sense for Xbox to make a console? But I would push even further than that. When does it not make business sense for Sony to make a console? Because it's not free to operate your own console, and people are like, oh well, they have to give Steam a 30% cut. It's not free to operate your own platform. It's astronomically expensive to run this huge global cloud system, and you have to remember in today's times, like selling a PlayStation is not the end of the story. You've also got to have the server capacity to meet people where they are globally. So, Sony's operation as well is going to be huge and expensive in its own right. And I don't know which cloud provider they use. Does Sony operate their own cloud, or do they give money to Amazon? Because that's an overhead too. Or do they give money to Google? Or I don't know who provides their cloud. And if they operate their own cloud system, cool. Maybe they'll save a bit of money, but then they have to pay for all the electricity and the bandwidth and all that other stuff.
Do you remember when Microsoft was supposed to run their cloud? Remember that?
Yeah, what happened? What happened to that? What happened to that, Ron?
I don't know. I don't know what happened to that.
That was weird, man. That was truly weird.
How long
thing
ago
was weird.
was this? I remember because it was like Satya shaking hands with, I forget who the other guy was, but I guess it took
Kaz Hirai, was
I
it?
guess it took some of the PlayStation leaders, like, they were shocked by it, right? They were like, "What the heck is this?" And then nothing ever came out of it, right?
Yeah.
So you're just like, "Oh man, what's really going on?" But yeah, because talking about the industry is sort of in that regards, and like I think this kind of spurred off the Jason Schrier thing, because PlayStation had their own financials come out, and what was it, like the console was down 28%, and I think they shipped like 2.4 million. And when I was kind of looking at like, okay, well it's down, and I was like, well, what came out this quarter versus that last year? And I was like, oh, last year had Diablo 4. Last year had Final Fantasy 16 in June, which was a PS5 exclusive. It wasn't on PC and it wasn't on the PS4. It also had like Star Wars Jedi Survivor in May, which wasn't on last gen until this upcoming September. There was a lot bigger games in April, May, and June last year than there were this April, May, and June. So it's like, okay, yeah, it's going to decline. Some analysts are like, I don't know, man, like, it's probably going to decline the whole rest of the year, all this sort of stuff. Everybody's declining, like, I think like Nintendo was down 48%, Xbox was down 42%, PlayStation's down 28% in regard to console hardware revenue or sales or whatever. And granted, they're in different positions, right? Nintendo's basically, everybody knows the Switch 2 is coming, and they've sold to as many users as they possibly can, like some 120, 130 million. So it's like, all right, it's at the end of its life cycle. They haven't dropped the price, so a 48% drop is sort of expected. Xbox, though, is kind of like, the way Xbox hardware is declining, it's almost like you would expect new hardware to be coming this year or next year. The like how big those numbers are almost like, feels like the consumers think that there's like new hardware about to release, right? And PlayStation's on their downturn. They're still behind the PS4 like launch line for the same period, and I think they're going to slip a little bit further behind. I don't really think the PS5 Pro is going to do much for them at the end of this year, because I think the games releasing this fall aren't as big as the games releasing last fall. And I mean, how much is like I'm assuming a $5.99 product or a $6.99 product really going to boost, your plus, like, I don't really think it's going to get any new users. You're just going to turn PS5 users into PS5 Pro users. You're not really getting anybody new.
No. You're not gonna get people switching platform for the PS5 Pro. Like, I think like there'll be a bunch of PS4 users who maybe get a Pro for Grand Theft Auto, and that'll be like their like big upgrade. But then you have to wonder, like, if they've been contented to be on the PS4 this whole time, like, do they even care that much to upgrade? Which goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if down the line we see Grand Theft Auto launch on last gen as well. User habits have evolved very rapidly since the pandemic, and I think part of it is consumer confidence is down. I think a lot of people are nervous about money, and I've seen this phrase "shadow recession" be thrown around, where, like, the stock market might be up overall. It had a little murmur like recently, but the stock market overall over the last year or whatever is up, and unemployment's down, and all this kind of stuff. But it's like people still feeling that squeeze, man. Like, people are feeling like, man, I don't want to spend this extra money, and I don't know what's going to happen in the economy. There's a lot of uncertainty. A lot of Western democracies have elections this year, not just America, but Britain just had one, and there's other countries that are having elections too, which brings with it also historically brings with it some degree of consumer uncertainty, and that sort of hit a confluence with global geopolitics and all kinds of crazy stuff popping off around the world, which again contributes to this sense of things are a bit cagey right now. Maybe I won't spend my money. And gaming has historically been I've seen gaming be described as recession proof because it's something that, and especially during the pandemic, we saw gaming have this massive boost because everyone was stuck at home, and it was like, oh, okay, well, I'm stuck at home. Maybe now is a good time to, get a console and do a bit of gaming. But pandemic's over now, and everyone's gone back to work, and companies are bending over backwards to try and get people back in the office. And if you've got to commute for 2 hours a day, at least, that essentially cuts 2 hours off your day that could be potentially spent on gaming, or any other form of entertainment. And on that point, there's also a lot of competition from other forms of entertainment. The whole, the TikTok, Instagram duality of just mindlessly scrolling through infinite addictive reels and short form video. I've seen that being blamed as an aspect of reducing interest in gaming, especially amongst younger generations. It's a weird transitionary time, and it's also come at a time of huge inflation, sticky interest rates. The era of like free money for investing and low risk, that's over. We might never ever see those super low interest rates that we saw before the pandemic. Those might just never come back, which means like when companies are looking at how expansive their budgets have gotten for photorealistic AAA games, maybe it just doesn't make sense anymore to be building out those kind of games anymore and trying to fill every pixel on a 4K system. Maybe the future is more Nintendo-like scope with games and that kind of stuff, or maybe it's a reduction in Hollywood budget cinematics and a more like a double down on ambient storytelling, like what Elden Ring does. Like there's such a there's not a huge amount. I mean, I'm not saying that Elden Ring wasn't a huge amount of work, but there's no like the Keanu Reeves isn't in it, for example, and stuff like that. So the industry's going through this painful transition, I think, across the board. Like whether you're a PlayStation fan, Xbox fan, or whatever, there's this weird transition, and the costs have grown faster than the amount of money they can extract from us as gamers. And everyone agrees that the console install base is sort of stuck at this 250 million figure, which is why you're seeing Nintendo drop off now. It's because they've met every single console user that exists potentially. If you look on eBay for secondhand Nintendo Switches, they don't sell for very much because supply is outstripping demand. Because everyone owns one. Everyone who wants one owns one, pretty much. And I think that's a generational challenge that console manufacturers are facing right now. It's like where do we get these new users? How do we make the normies? How do we bring the normies on board? I remember Wii Fit had a big impact on that normie figure back in the day, but it was really short-lived. People bought a Nintendo Wii for Wii Fit, and then they never touched it again. Maybe there's a gene you need to be a console gamer. I don't know, console wars gene.
Special Nick came in chat, and a bunch of trolls followed him in.
Oh, great!
So I wonder if like those are a couple of Special Nick's alts.
Oh,
like suddenly Nick is here, and then a bunch of trolls came in too. So I see what you're doing, Nick.
Bringing his troll farm in.
Yeah.
His troll bots.
Yeah, there was also Jason Schrier also talked about PlayStation's live service strategy, and he kind of mentioned that it wasn't like really going good, and that because I think Skill Up kind of was like, oh, was it one of those things where it was like they greenlit 12 of these games and hope like one of them sticks, and Jason was like, absolutely not. You're talking about these games that would have all these like millions of, hundreds of millions of dollars thrown at it, and it was kind of like, I don't think it was a scenario of like, let's greenlit all these to hope that one hits. I think they were thinking, let's greenlit all these and all of them will hit.
Oh man.
And now you're seeing like it doesn't look very good, because he mentioned like that Factions from Naughty Dog was in development for 4 years with over hundreds of people working on it, and he basically said, yeah, heads rolled over that game. Heads rolled over that game at Naughty Dog. Heads rolled over that game at PlayStation. It's a lot of money to invest in a game only to cancel it completely. Somebody's going to take the blame for that shit.
I really want to know what went wrong with that, because I kind of feel like if it was Microsoft, they would have stuck with it and then shipped it and tried to fix it after the fact with user feedback or something. That's basically, I mean,
that's what happened with Sea of Thieves, right?
Yeah, but Sea of Thieves probably was nowhere near as expensive. But I kind of feel like Sony's like, they didn't want to cast any negative cloud over the IP, even if it was going to be temporary. I don't think you can be so risk averse when it comes to, you know, building out into a new category. You've got to like do a little bit of trial and error. I think canceling, unless there was something incredibly wrong with that game, I think cancel it might be a historic mistake. But we can never know for sure without seeing it.
He then wanted to mention like all these single player studios that went to chase live service kind of like all failed. And what would have made Naughty Dog any different? Single player studio chasing live service. It probably maybe would have been a success at the beginning, but eventually, you know, it maybe wouldn't have been. And then like you couldn't do some of the other stuff. And yeah, I don't know. The stuff about Bungie though is not it's like, ooh, man. And I do recall, remember Jim Ryan did say that they felt Bungie was a better purchase and give them more value than ABK at the time, which was a big fucking joke. And look how it's turned out. You know, like, it's just like, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, you know, I think anyone who's listened to the show for any length of time knows that I'm not a huge Bungie fan, or in general, but even less so a Destiny fan. And I don't think you're much of a Destiny fan either. At the same time, I know people are so passionate about that franchise, and it's sort of painful to see, like, you know, because I know it feels when like Blizzard had Shadowlands rocking out, and that was during the period that had all the layoffs and, well, other layoffs, I suppose, and also like the culture issues that they reported to have had, and all that kind of stuff. So like, it sucks when you're a fan of a franchise and you see the developer attached to it struggling so much. But this is the Bungie stuff is a sort of a microcosm in an issue that's facing the whole industry right now, which is that a lot of this shit is just too expensive, you know. And I think Activision realized early that like Destiny is just way too expensive for what it is. They have like a lot of cinematic work goes into that game. It's also like hinges on photorealism. You know, it's not like World of Warcraft where when they do updates, there's like a sort of minimal amount of story stuff, and then a lot of it's text based, which is cheap. You know, they have started doing more cinematics, but it's still, you know, PS2 graphics at most. You know, not to discredit the art style, because I think the art style is fantastic, but it's a lot cheaper to build something that looks like World of Warcraft for new content than it is to build something like Destiny, I feel like, and on the photorealistic end of the spectrum. You know, and that's just a couple of examples of how a game like Destiny is just going to be way more expensive. Also, you know, it's first person, right? And when it's first person, you can't get cheap on textures because you're in a position where you look right up close to them. Like, take Diablo, for example. Diablo's technically a photorealistic game, and they put a ton of work into making the armors look photorealistic, but you're also really zoomed out. If you were zooming in on every twig, like as if it was a first-person shooter, you would see that, oh, actually things aren't that detailed. But because it's zoomed out, you can't really tell. But you can't get away with that when it's a first-person shooter. Everything has to be hyper detailed to be fit in 4K. So Destiny's just that's why there isn't really any other games like Destiny. Are there any other first-person sort of ongoing MMO kind of games? They're all third-person.
Yeah, I mean, Warframe's similar, but like you said, Warframe's third-person.
Third-person, zoomed out, and also it's stylized.
Very unique for what it was, or what it is. I don't think anybody's really copied it.
Yeah, it's because it's uniquely expensive to make that kind of game.
which is why
But
I think it's also
and on that point, the rumor was that codename Payback was going to be third person.
yes.
And what can you do with third person?
Skins,
you can zoom
baby.
the camera out.
Yeah, and you can do more skins and zoom the camera out.
And skins too. Zoom the camera out so you can, get away with not so detailed textures and things like that, at least to some degree. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Live service is really hard, and I think Sony needs to be willing to fail to learn their. I think Sony will get it, and they'll get their path forward eventually. And maybe that's what Concord is. Maybe Concord is like the canary in the mine, and it's like, okay, Last of Us as a franchise is too important to fuck up. But if we fuck up Concord, at least it was Concord. But we can learn from it. I mean that in like the nicest possible way.
Hey,
genuinely.
If we fuck up Concord, at least it's just Concord.
I mean that I swear, I mean that in the nicest possible way. But like attaching a failure to something like The Last of Us when they've got a TV show too, that's kind of like that's a lot more devastating than it would be Concord. And we saw what happened with Cyberpunk and how much hard work it was to bring Cyberpunk around. That not only damaged, the Cyberpunk brand and what it had
damaged their stock price for a while.
It damaged the way that entire company was viewed. It damaged all of CD Projekt Red, and they're still clawing back some of that reputation. So, but when it's Concord, hey, canary in the mine,
when it's
man.
Concord, when it's Fair Games, whatever, who cares, right?
Yeah, I'm not as mean as that you're making it sound, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I know. We got him for Ahsoka King with the 2. Destiny failed twice before it became what it is. Yeah, they had a lot of starts and stops. I mean, like you had Destiny 1 and then they went to Destiny 2. When a lot of games don't even do sequels, it's just like the same game. Klein says, a little delay, but I wish Epic would bring back Unreal Tournament. I played so much of Unreal Tournament 2K4 and onward.
Chef's fucking kiss, baby. What a fantastic game that was.
Combo with $13.99 says, been wanting to ask this for a few weeks, but I'm rarely able to catch y'all live. Do you think if the ABK deal went through without issues that Microsoft's strategy would be different than it is now? No, I do not.
I think that might be acquiring more.
I think
they'd feel more confident.
If you're talking about their multi-platform strategy, I think that has nothing to do with how it went through. Whether it if it went through swimmingly and super quick, like Nick had said. I remember when Nick was like, "It'll be done in September." Like 8 months later, when it was literally like still a year after that. I don't think that had any bearing on.
Why you got to do Nick like that?
I'm just saying. I remember these things. I don't think that has any bearing on Microsoft's current multi-platform strategy. I think that strictly has to do with kind of in this where they're at right now, where they thought they were going to be in 2021, and where they projected out, and it was like, okay, well, no, this doesn't work for us anymore. But Jez could be right. If it went through super easy and all that stuff, well, maybe they'd be looking to acquire more. But I don't think it would change their overall strategy. I could be wrong. Maybe Jez disagrees. Maybe if it went through super fast, maybe it would have changed their... Because I want to say there's...
I honestly blame the pandemic for a lot of this shit, man. Like the amount of money they had to print to keep companies... afloat, like the airlines and stuff like that, like these massive companies that just had to shut down basically, but they still had to pay their staff. The government's printed money to make that work, globally. It wasn't just an American thing. That countries around the world, they printed money to cash flow the businesses that had to stop and shut down. But those airlines need to come back after the pandemic. So what do? You have to cash flow them. And you cash flow them by printing money. That's why we had this big wave of inflation, which has started to abate right now. But, there's still this nervousness that there's too much money in the economy. And that's why the Fed famously held interest rates And a lot of investors were hoping they'd cut interest rates, which makes investments less risky, and they didn't do it, which sent a shockwave through the stock market this last week. And Britain too. Britain's held its interest rates as well. So I think that is having a bigger impact on the way companies are perceiving their risk factors moving forward, and like Microsoft wanting to make sure that the business is healthy and has the cash flow it needs in future quarters. And one easy way to do that is to put games on PlayStation, because those users, they ain't gonna move from PlayStation for nothing. You couldn't make Steam users move from the Steam launcher, even though the Epic launcher is just free to install on their computer. People are creatures of habit more so than ever. And like if you got Steam users who won't even download the Epic Store to play Alan Wake or whatever, and they're just like, oh, I'll just wait for Steam. There ain't no chance in hell you're going to make people switch from PlayStation to Xbox, or vice versa for that matter. So I think the pandemic is to blame for a lot of the strategy that we're seeing play out now. But, times change. Interest rates will probably fall. And who knows? Maybe a game will come along that's so amazing and so console exclusive that it somehow makes consoles super cool with the youngsters again. But, the real answer here is, if any parents are listening to this, don't buy your kids an iPad. Buy them a PlayStation or an Xbox. That's what will save the industry.
Yeah, that's what will save the industry.
And don't let them play Roblox. Make them play Alan Wake.
Yes, yes. I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. Brett with the 5. Mortal Kombat on mobile would be huge. 500 million monthly active users, including mobile. Just imagine how Mortal Kombat would do. Yeah,
there's some really big mobile fighters. Brawlhalla from Ubisoft, I think it does really well on mobile, surprisingly. I have to imagine they're thinking about multiverses for mobile. They have to be, right? Have you played multiverse? You're not a big fighting game guy.
I'm not a Smash fan. I don't like the Smash style.
You don't like it? Does that? I ask chat. Does anyone in chat play multiverses? And let me know.
I know it was big when it originally launched, and then it sort of disappeared, and then they took it off, and then it came back, and I think people played it again. I wonder if anybody's playing it now. Achievement with the 5 in the Super Chat, Jazz. He says, could we see a future where Xbox and PlayStation co-develop a dev kit and console where all the games come and it's just a different label on the box?
Oh man, Sony would never do that. I think Sony and Microsoft are so opposed more than ever, I think. Which is why, like, when those rumors that Helldivers 2 was going to come to Xbox were going out, I was just like, there's no way this is happening. Like, I think Sony and Microsoft are opposed more than ever. And I think Sony smells blood. I think that, like, if we ride this out and play our cards right, Xbox will eventually give up and we can just take their entire audience. And I think they smell blood when they, with Sea of Thieves coming that way. I don't think it's going to pan out that way personally, but I think Sony's in this sort of like, we need to let Microsoft make its mistakes and not capitulate in any way to Xbox right now. But who knows what the future could bring? I think eventually the economic realities of the industry, and the fact that console isn't growing, and the fact that users won't shift platform, generally speaking. And also, I made this point on Xbox 2+1 that platform holders, at least the big ones, the big platform holders, they have a vested interest in there not being a monopoly. And sure, you'd still have Nintendo in the mix, so it wouldn't be a true monopoly. Especially with the Switch 2, which, should run more higher end games, potentially. I think publishers have a vested interest in there being multiple companies to pitch their content to, because if there was only PlayStation, then PlayStation could be like, okay, we're putting our cut up to 40% now, and there's nothing you can do about it, But like, if there's Microsoft and Sony both bidding for content, or vying for content, then that at least keeps things competitive for publishers, which is why I think, like, you still see publishers, heavily support Xbox, because they want Xbox to succeed and stay in the game, because they don't want to live in a world where one company controls everything, like has happened on mobile in the West. Apple really heavily dictates what the mobile gaming industry can look like, and it ain't a great deal for publishers, man. It's not a great deal, and that's because they have a monopoly over that kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't think they'll team up. Anything could happen in the future. You know, maybe a new CEO comes in and they all become friends.
I don't see that ever. I don't see them co-developing a dev kit ever.
No,
I don't really think it makes any sense. Like, what would be the point? It would either be one of them's making hardware and the other one's just making software.
Well, I think it might just end up happening by default, because if expectations are correct about what the next Xbox is going to look like, that it's going to be closer to Windows than ever, then Sony might have to make its next PlayStation, at least to some degree, line up with some of those APIs and those engine hooks, especially when it comes to third-party stuff like Unreal. So
yeah, but the question was about them co-deving a dev kit together.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen.
That'll never happen.
But
never happen.
There is the whole sort of, when devs are looking to save costs, making development cheaper is one way that they can make that happen. So I think while I don't think they'll ever make a dev kit together, maybe they'll collaborate at least to some degree to make things easier for their developer partners, maybe. But also maybe that's just completely fanciful. But I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. We have Tord Raptor with the 5. Rand, do you recommend reading Stormlight Archive first, or would you go with Mistborn first? Ooh, interesting question. I guess it depends on what you want. Stormlight Archive is... Okay, so Mistborn... this is hard to say. If you read Mistborn, it's a completed series in the sense of like Mistborn 1, 2, and 3, Era 1, right? It has a completed story. Vin, Kelsier, all that stuff. It has a start, it has a finish, right? There's still Era 2, which goes on hundreds of years later with the new set of characters, right? But it's still on the same planet. And I think he's planning like a whole bunch of different eras. So Mistborn's complete. You can start it up, you can get it, and it's kind of an entry point into what they call the Cosmere, which is Brandon Sanderson's kind of MCU-like fictional universe. Stormlight Archive is more his magnum opus, huge, chunky, fantasy like world.
Epic.
So like Mistborn is maybe 400, 500 pages and it's complete. Stormlight Archive is a planned 10 books, and each book is like 1,200 to 1,500 pages. Right? I think Stormlight Archive is better than Mistborn. I think I read Mistborn first before I read Stormlight Archive. I don't really think it matters which one you read first. I think it just matters what you want out of it. If you want a complete story to read, Mistborn's the way to go because it's finished, at least for Era 1. Where Stormlight is still got a long ways to go. The first arc of Stormlight Archive, Book 5, comes out this December. But the series won't be complete until the next 5 books. And he's taking a 10-year break from Stormlight Archive.
What?
Yeah, because he's doing Mistborn. So he's doing Mistborn Era...
10-year break? He just planned that?
Yeah.
I wish I could do that.
So he's doing Mistborn... So after... He just finished Book 5 in the Stormlight Archive. And he is editing his secret project, which comes out next year. And then he's going to outline and plan Mistborn Era 3, as well as the Elantris sequels, which I think he's doing 3 of those, so 2 trilogies. So he's going to outline and plan the next 6 books, essentially outline them all and then write them all. And so
That's
he basically said like he won't be going back to Stormlight Archive
ever. Oh.
No, it'll be like 10 years before he goes back to Stormlight.
That's whack,
So
bro.
it really depends on what you're feeling like. I think Stormlight Archive's better. I think it has more action. It has a more emotional depth. It has better characters. I think it's the overall better series, but it's not complete and won't be complete for a long time. Whereas Mistborn, it's kind of chunks. There's like Era 1, Era 2. There's going to be Era 3 and Era 4. You can get a nice story with the first Mistborn. But if you're asking me which one's better, Stormlight's better. Stormlight's the better read with better characters, even though it's like way bigger and chunkier. Meat Puppet with the 5. Question: do you think, as a recent video suggests, that the new Xbox could be a PC Xbox hybrid? You know, it's funny because I was talking to Jez about this earlier today, because there's kind of like someone asked me, "Oh, Jez doesn't think it is," and so Jez, I think you think it will be, because you think Steam is going to be on there.
Well, it depends what your definition of hybrid is. Are you going to be booting into the desktop? Are you going to be, putting graphics cards into it? The answer is no. It's still going to be a console, but I think it could be more Steam Deck-like in that it lets you sideload things. I think we'll see the ability to run Steam and Epic Games on it. I think it'll have a development environment much more similar to Windows than it is now. But I still think it's going to be a traditional, you sit at the sofa and hang out with your mates and play games. I think it's still going to be a console in essence, but I do think it's going to be closer to PC than Xbox ever has been. It depends what your definition of hybrid is. I don't think, like I say, I don't think you're going to be running Office on this thing. Like I can take my ROG Ally, for example. I can install Microsoft Office on it and stuff like that if I really, really want to. You ain't going to be doing that with this. It's going to be a console in essence, but I think it's going to be more Steam Deck-like. So if that means it's a PC hybrid to you, then it's a PC hybrid. If that means it's more of a console, then it's going to be more of a console. But I do think it's going to be more Steam Deck-like.
More Steam Deck-like.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I had to guess, I don't have enough information for a report yet, but we're working on it.
I also wanted to shout out Wolfeye, because they sort of revealed their new game. That is, these are the Arcane founder. His new RPG is basically, as described, Fallout meets Dishonored with a splash of Obsidian storytelling. Jez, you know how excited I got when I saw this and some of the screenshots and everything? Ooh, I mean, come on.
I didn't see screenshots, but I did see the comments.
No, there were screenshots posted. A couple screenshots.
I didn't see that. But...
I mean, this is from the studio who made Weird West. Arcane founder Raphael Colantonio has unveiled the first details of his next game at Wolfeye Studios. New project is a first-person action RPG that's set in an alternate America in the 1900s. And the new game's visuals will be grounded in a retro sci-fi aesthetic. And if the first 3 in-game screenshots didn't already give it away, he says something like Fallout meets Dishonored, which, judging from this first screenshot, I could see the Fallout comparison clearly. That's where we want to be. We want to be in that space. If there's such a thing as a continuum between Fallout and Dishonored, I would say Prey is somewhere in the middle, because it's already more RPG than Dishonored, and then this new game is somewhere closer to Fallout as far as RPGs goes. That means you can expect a lot of quest objectives such as investigate about this thing, infiltrate that building, but with any approach you want. This can range from very, very direct approaches, perhaps utilizing the new weapon mods Wolfeye are making for this game, or more indirect methods, such as talking your way in or out of a scenario with the game's speech options. All classic RPG fare, in other words. They hope will add more layers of possibilities to the game, which is really what we've always been about. So, I mean, it's got my attention. We'll see when, the first trailer comes out or whatever, but Fallout meets Dishonored is something I can get behind.
It does sound really good. He said he also shouted out Prey.
Yes,
Prey fans
I know
as
how
well,
much you love Prey.
I'm so sad we're never getting another Prey. Good.
Yeah, probably not. Also,
No.
Ready at Dawn was shut down this week,
Yes,
which
it
really didn't come
was.
as a shocker considering they were bought by Facebook, Meta, and Meta's basically burning as much money as they possibly can chasing the whole VR shit.
Yep.
And it was like, all right, well, guess what? Ready at Dawn, and it's sad because they made a couple good games. Order 1886, which after that people wanted them to work on Order 1887, and I remember hearing at the time there was some internal politicking. Some people at PlayStation didn't like them, and it was kind of a battle. And then they started doing VR, and they released Lone Echo. They released some other games that didn't do well. But hey, when you attach yourself to a device like that doesn't have any consumer interest, really, I mean, it's kind of what happens. So,
Ironically, though, Rand, there's also a rumor that Microsoft has revived its VR ambitions.
yeah. What's that all about? I saw the article from Windows Central today.
So Microsoft has reportedly purchased thousands of micro LED screens from Samsung.
Mm-hmm.
And these micro LED screens are basically what you stick into VR headsets, or mixed reality headsets, for example. And that's interesting, isn't it?
I mean, if it's
After Microsoft sort of laid off its mixed reality teams last year, I think, and now they've purchased a ton of micro LED screens. Or although maybe it could be for something else, some other device, some other weird device, not necessarily VR. Maybe it's something like the X-Reels, like glasses that put a little hologram on your face, or a consumer grade HoloLens or something like that.
yeah.
It's intriguing, man.
I don't
But
know. I mean, it's kind of weird that they would move away from that stuff only to come back to it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it could also just be nothing. It could be to fulfill. It could be to fulfill a military contract for the HoloLens 2, maybe, because that's still a thing ongoing. Even though from apparently the military mostly hate it, but they're still pushing that. So it could be nothing. But hey, maybe it means Xbox VR is going to be a thing. Um, or yeah, like some people in the chat, maybe it's a handheld. But now these micro LED screens, they're really really small. It's like what you put in your eyeball, really.
Mm, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see about that. But hey, if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm going to take a look at these Patreon questions, shall we, Jez?
Yep.
Get your question in.
Thanks everyone for rocking with us today.
Yep.
It's awesome to see everyone here again.
We got Lee Sanders. He says, "Hi, gents. If you could take any game or perhaps a mini game to turn it into an Olympic sport, what would you choose? Try not to pick a competitive multiplayer game, as that would be too easy. I would pick fishing out of Animal Crossing, a 1-hour timer, and have to get the best fish."
Oh man. It's really funny because I think I was having a conversation with someone about this in real life, because I think the Olympic Committee said no shooters.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird since shooting is an Olympic event. And I suppose like shooting a target's different from shooting another person or whatever, but I don't know. The Olympics gone Olympics, right? So I suppose some of the candidates really are like your strategy games, maybe. Your League of Legends, maybe even your StarCraft, stuff like that. Because StarCraft's still considered,
What's sad?
very
The
popular
first thing
sport
that
and
came
career
up
and stuff.
in my mind was like a battle to see who could get a shiny first in Pokemon. But then I thought that's too RNG,
That's pure randomness,
right?
no
So
skill involved.
there's no skill involved in that, and I sort of wonder is there any skill in like Animal Crossing fishing?
I have no idea.
Right.
No idea.
So I'm trying to think of something in a game like. I mean, you could. I mean, you have those like summer games done quick where people speed run parts of games. Could you have speed running as an Olympic sport? Where you
Ah, man, maybe.
beat like, hey, we have the best people to maybe a Tetris battle where you have like two like
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
Tetris esports crazy. Yeah, Tetris probably would be one
or
actually.
like a Mortal Kombat. I mean, you already have like the fighting game community with
No, no, no,
Evo and
no.
stuff.
You won't have Mortal Kombat for the same reason you don't have
No, I mean
shooters.
not.
Too
I didn't
violent.
mean Mortal Kombat, but I mean like fighting games, Evo on the Olympic stage, like
I
Street
suppose they
Fighter
could do
4.
Street Fighter. They could do Street Fighter.
Those are
I don't think
those
they
are
do.
my
They
thoughts.
wouldn't. They wouldn't do Mortal Kombat. It's too violent. But I suppose they could do Street Fighter. Maybe. I mean, they've got Olympic wrestling. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to preclude Street Fighter just on the basis of it being fighting. Yeah, some people in chat have got some good suggestions. Pac-Man, farming simulator esport is surprisingly hardcore.
Farming
Who,
simulator.
who
Okay.
can who can who can harvest the most bushels the most efficiently? Guitar Hero, Age
Huh?
of Mythology,
Mm.
um, Beat Saber,
Beat
Beat
Saber.
Saber,
Okay.
Beat Saber would be a pretty good one because it's quite athletic,
Hey, did you
and you could
see
also
my buddies
get Facebook
sent
involved.
me a picture of a Beat Saber like arcade machine at the movies?
Right.
Would you try one out if you saw one there with a
Dude,
communal VR
yeah,
headset?
I think so.
So wait, so you're telling me if you saw a Beat Saber station at the movie theater and you had to wear a
Oh, with a
headset that
VR
was
headset.
well, yeah, I mean
Oh no,
you
that'd be gross.
you
It'd
had
have
that
everyone
wear a
else's juice
headset
all
with
over
that
it.
1,000 other people have worn. Would
No,
you?
hell no.
Okay.
Hell no. Hell no. But I do quite enjoy Beat Saber. It's a good workout, man. It's my issue with VR headsets is how sort of steamed up they get when you are playing games like Beat Saber and the lenses get all foggy and all that kind of stuff. There's just so many ergonomic issues with VR, man. It's like it's such a cool idea. It just in practice just kind of blows.
Mm.
But
Uh,
yeah, I think if I had to bet, I'm gonna bet right now they will literally pick Tetris for the first esport. I'm gonna bet money on that.
that's a good one. That's a good one. Parker Petrov says, "Do you think we are still moving towards seeing new generation of consoles in 2026 from Xbox?" Jez,
2026.
do you think we'll
I
see?
mean, I think we'll see the new consoles in
You
2026.
don't think they'll be out in 2026?
I think maybe not. I think maybe 2027.
Mm.
But I honestly don't know. But what I do know is that if they are doing this, if they are making it more Windows-like, that was probably a recent-ish decision. Because as we know from the leaked FTC documents, they had planned a mid-gen upgrade that was more traditional. So if
No, they
that has been
didn't.
cancelled,
No, they didn't.
no, the cylinder console,
We're still getting that. What are you talking about?
the cylinder?
Yeah,
No, we're not. Brooklyn.
Brooklyn is literally the all digital white console that's coming out. Yeah.
No, 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 no. The cylinder Xbox that was gonna have Bluetooth and shit.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
Brooklyn.
But it wasn't a mid-gen upgrade though. It was literally just.
No, it had a lot of extra stuff. It had Wi-Fi 6E. It was gonna have Bluetooth support. It had a lot of extra stuff.
Well, I mean,
You
for
know?
all we know, these new consoles will. They just announced it, but they didn't give any specs on them. For all we know,
No, they're the same assembly line. It's just a white Xbox without a disk drive. I don't think that constitutes a mid-gen upgrade. In
yeah.
my
But
mind.
one of the things of that Brooklyn was that it was all digital, adorably all digital, as the leak called it.
Yeah, this ain't Brooklyn,
And
bro.
this is
This ain't Brooklyn.
all
It
digital.
ain't Brooklyn. It's not got Bluetooth. It's the same assembly line. It's not Brooklyn.
Okay.
But I think if they are doing this sort of Windowsy kind of device, it's probably going to be a lot of dev work to make that happen. A lot of software engineering and a lot of investment. So maybe it just takes longer. But that's my pessimistic view. I have no information on what their dev timelines look like. I just wouldn't be surprised if it was 2027 for a 2026 reveal, but maybe it's a 2025 reveal for a 2026 launch. That was what I would prefer. But, you know, I also have to wonder, like, there's a lot of, I mean, you were saying on Xbox 2+1 this week.
I mean, Xbox 2 Ultimate, just us.
No. Wasn't it on Xbox 2+1?
We didn't do Xbox 2+1 this week, Jez.
No, but when we were talking to Gaz, wasn't it when you were saying that? Yeah, the week before. Sorry, I have no concept of time anymore. You were saying that you think the next consoles are going to be $600.
I was thinking yeah.
So like there's a lot of nerves with that. It's like, yeah, be careful what you wish for though. Maybe these consoles are going to be the truly next gen consoles are going to be really expensive. And also like maybe even serve to drive people further away from wanting to be console gamers. It's a weird balancing act they're playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the next console will be. I mean, just look at this generation of consoles. We're already 4 years in. Consoles went up in price. They hardly decreased. The Switch didn't decrease. I think
all the server demand, bro. All the server demand.
I think the costs and components haven't gone down like they thought it was, so they're not able to reduce costs on the systems as much. And they're only gonna, you're trying to pack in like, a better CPU, a better GPU, a better, SSD, and all these sort of things. And I think people are gonna have a sticker shock with the Pro in a way where they're gonna look at it and be like, ooh, because remember, PS3 sort of that sticker shock.
That was a good impression.
The sticker shock of $599 almost torpedoed the PlayStation
PS3
at the time back in 2006. $599. Now the consoles are $499. Hell, Microsoft, they have that special edition Xbox coming out this year that's $599 for fuck's sake. And all it is it just has it has green undertones on the console and the controller, and it's got some like stars on it, and it has a bigger SSD. It has a 2 terabyte SSD instead of 1. So they're selling the console for $600, and the Pro's going to come in, and it's clearly going to be more expensive than the current gen or console. So you're probably looking at a minimum of $599, and I think that sets the baseline for what people can expect for next generation. Because I just don't think you're going to be able to, because the prices aren't coming down, and they want the consoles to be, better than what they are now. Plus, they want to add AI cores to all these things. I think you're probably looking at a baseline of like $600 for these consoles. Plus, with the way Microsoft is, with Xbox at least, I don't think they want to subsidize stuff anymore. I don't think they want to sell these things at a loss.
No. I think this AI bullshit is going to be a huge. So I'm
just expecting next gen consoles to basically come in at $599. I think the baseline is $600. And
I think that might even be optimistic.
Will that affect, uptick? I think it absolutely will.
Well, you never know, man. Maybe in how many years? Maybe in 2 years, right?
Well, we're still years away from it. Yeah.
No. Yeah, maybe in 2 years something amazing happens.
Mm.
The world leaders of the entire world, they all get together, and they all put aside all their differences and sign the world's best peace treaty in the history of time. All wars end. Consumer confidence is at a record high, and also they put on a tax on all billionaires, and they give all of that money they distribute that money evenly amongst everyone else. Now suddenly everyone can afford a $700 console. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Save the world, bro. Save the world.
We got Mike. Will the new Blizzard team be working on IP from across all of Xbox's owned IPs or just ABK IPs? That's a question for you, Jez.
Right. I suppose I should clarify some of this stuff. So
maybe you should.
Yeah. Since my report on the ABK, the new team at Blizzard, I've discovered a few more details about it. So some people took exception with my suggestion that they were AA. you know, and that was kind of my assessment of the size of the studio.
Who took issue with that? Like, just people online took issue with it?
Just no sources and stuff. They were like, nah, I don't think describing it as AA is completely accurate. So, while it is a smaller team right now, I believe, the idea is that these developers are going to work on mobile games, and I think that was probably expected from the fact that they're all King developers. But I don't think
that's
they're
not
going to
true.
be.
I've seen people say they're expecting StarCraft from this shit, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, maybe it's a StarCraft mobile game. I don't know. Yeah, but it does sound like they're going to be developing mobile games, but there could be AAA mobile games in the same vein as your Genshin Impacts, or maybe something smaller in the vein of Warcraft Rumble. I'm not sure, but it does sound like they're going to be working on Blizzard IP specifically, and that's why they're in that sort of wheelhouse. So, but yeah, I don't know for sure what they're working on. I don't know what the full blown ambitions are for the studio are either. I just know that there is a studio being built there to make mobile games based on Blizzard IP. But I, for one, hope that they will be the kind of mobile games that can extend across all platforms, because I really think that's the way the industry is going to go. And when, like, you know, games like Genshin Impact, for example, are on everything, every modality, I think that's core to the success. I think, like, you know, Diablo Immortal even. Everyone hates Diablo Immortal in the core community, but the game's very successful on mobile. A lot of people don't realize Diablo Immortal is also on PC, you know. I think that game would do probably pretty well if they launched on Steam, and I think it'd do pretty well if they launched on Xbox as well. So I hope that if this team are working on mobile-oriented games, that at least there's maybe some scope that the games could also, you know, work well on Xbox too, but we'll have to wait and see.
Okay. We have Last Horizon. Hey guys, curious to know what was the fallout from the disastrous launch of Xbox One? Did all the people behind those decisions end up getting fired or removed from those positions? Why were they so disconnected from what the consumers wanted? I get that hindsight is 2020, but even at that time, those choices made no sense. Oh man, you could probably do a podcast about that in itself. Well, I mean, let's see. Don Matrick lost his job. He was let go pretty soon after April of 2020 to April of 2014. You started seeing less of like Mark Whitten. I think he eventually left, and I think he's at Unity now. Maybe Yusuf Mehdi.
No, I think he's left there as well.
Or maybe he was at Amazon. Yusuf Mehdi, I think, still is at Microsoft, but I don't think he has anything to do with the Xbox. What happened because of it was that
Yusuf Mehdi is on VR now. AI.
Was that what's the guy who was in charge of the Windows division, Phil's boss at the time?
Myerson.
Terry Myerson, I think, used the debacle of the Xbox One launch and what it was going through to basically squeeze the budget of Xbox in general. So less money for projects, less marketing money, and all those sort of things. Why did they think this was a good thing? I mean, I think they had data that showed entertainment was sort of the next frontier, the next horizon from their partnership with like Netflix and how big that was for them. And they felt, hey, we needed... I think they were also like, the console is kind of... It's going to be waning, but we could provide them with an experience that people want. And I think they were still looking at Nintendo and what they did with the Wii with covetous eyes, those jealous eyes, right? As Hulk Hogan would say, or Macho Man would say to Hulk Hogan.
Oh my God. Right? I just had a blast from the past when you said that.
Looking at Miss Elizabeth.
Miss Elizabeth. Oh
got
my
those
god,
jealous
man.
eyes, you know?
A jealous eyes. Oh my god, man.
Because they saw what the Wii.
You just gave me a nostalgia bomb right there.
Yeah, they saw what the Wii was doing, and both Sony and Microsoft wanted a piece of that action, and Sony came out with the Move, and then didn't support it. Like most of their accessories, they never support, and it always seemed to fail. And Microsoft did the Kinect, which did extremely well, and they based everything around that. Maybe they thought consumers would stay on, and the hardcore gamer wasn't going to go anywhere, and we could bring in all these casual gamers, combine it with the entertainment push, the TV push, and they would dominate. And I remember hearing from people back then that a lot of the third parties thought Xbox was going to dominate the industry, that Sony was on its way out, and that they were okay. In fact, they actually wanted a lot of the restrictions that Xbox One was putting on used games. Because remember, at the time, the industry hated used games. They hated GameStop.
Oh, dude,
they wanted
still
all
do.
that to go away. Not really. You don't see them talk about it that much. I mean, there's
they
no
don't talk about it because it's happening automatically.
Yeah, but there's no used game of Fortnite. There's no used game of, Apex Legends and stuff, right?
Yeah, it's all happened automatically, bro.
But that's what I think. They got overconfident, and I think they underestimated PlayStation, and I don't think they expected PlayStation to be coming at the price point they did. I think that really screwed them up. And there's even rumors that PlayStation was supposed to do some sort of DRM strategy like Xbox, and they ditched it the last second. Those are always kind of rumors that were out there. I don't know if any of that's true. But yeah, it was just a complete miscalculation. Sony came in there, was like, hey, we're going to do things how it always worked. And Microsoft's like, we're changing everything. And at the time, people weren't used to a camera being in your house. Now, fuck, everybody's got cameras everywhere and things listening to whatever you say, and TV being a big part of what's going on now, like we mentioned with Fallout and video games. Yeah. Once again, it's just Microsoft well ahead of the curve, just too forward-looking into the future, trying to make it happen now when you need to just let it happen naturally. That was the problem. They tried to force it,
Yeah. Yeah, have a foot in the door, and I think they're doing it a lot better with cloud. Have a foot in the door, but don't force it on people. I read an analysis which I'm going to write up soon about how big of a thing cloud gaming is going to be in countries like India and stuff, and the fact that Microsoft's got their foot in the door to make that happen is probably going to serve them pretty well down the line, but. Yeah. Hindsight 2020, baby.
Yeah. Hold on, let me look at the next one here. We have we got Omen. Happy Friday. I recently got a new Windows gaming laptop and have been hooking up to the TV while traveling, and something I constantly run into is the contrast between Steam Big Picture mode and the Xbox app when using only a controller. If I launch a PC Game Pass game for the first time, I almost always have to bring a mouse out to press the accept prompt to sync my saves, and while the Xbox app technically works with the controller, it's clunky. Steam Big Picture, on the other hand, works perfectly using only controller. So my question is this: when is Microsoft going to fix the controller experience for PC Game Pass on Windows? Do we really have to wait until the next hybrid console?
I mean, it's a really great question, and it's something like obviously I've been complaining about a lot when reviewing this stuff. And I mentioned earlier, I'm currently writing writing new reviews of a lot of Microsoft's stuff right now, and obviously a lot of the complaints I've got revolve around that kind of stuff. It's like, why isn't this better? We've been waiting for a long time for some of this stuff to be better, whether it's cloud saves, whether it's general usability and all that kind of stuff. I think gradual improvements are coming, but it's hard when you've got Steam sort of focusing on one thing, whereas you've got Xbox trying to do so many different things all at once and spreading themselves thin. I've complained at that we as console gamers, we suffer because of Microsoft's divided attention. We're not getting the attention we deserve on Xbox, while Microsoft's, trying to do all this other stuff. I would like to see a new achievement system, for example, or new features or improvements to DVR or whatever it is. The fact of the matter is that Microsoft's attention is so divided across all this stuff. Nothing's being served well enough, I suppose. But how do you solve that problem? You solve that problem with more money, but are they going to be given more money? The answer is probably not, So we just have to be patient, I suppose, or just use Steam, which has a far more mature big picture mode than the Xbox app is today. But Microsoft is aware of it. It's just, man, it's just going to take time.
Yeah. See, I don't even know a lot of those issues because I'm the PC Game Pass app, so I don't even know that this was a problem. I just know that some of my friends talk about it and they're like, yeah, this thing sucks compared to whatever. And you would think like
it's serviceable.
How hard is it to like, hey, you see Steam over there? Emulate that and make Steam over here. Like, is that really difficult?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, it's serviceable, man. Like that's all you can say about it. It's serviceable.
Yeah, well, that's
they
great.
need to do.
Put that on the advertisements. Jez Corden, Windows Central. Quote, it's serviceable.
It's serviceable. Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's ringing endorsement right there. It's okay. It gets the job done.
I'm gonna write a review of it soon. Again, a new review.
Logan Meyer with the question here. Hey guys, hope all is well. Seriously, what is the deal with the Pixel Remaster Collection still not being on Xbox at this point? Games are ancient and they even ported to tablets, so surely they can manage to whip up an Xbox version. No idea.
Yeah, I've got no idea on that one too. I mean, it sucks. I saw that headline today about they're bringing physical editions of the Pixel remasters to PlayStation 4 and Nintendo Switch, but of course, nothing for Xbox there.
Yep.
So, we just have to keep, pushing for it and hoping that someone up there.
You also might have in the back of your mind that it may never come. They may not. They even with like the agreement or whatever, they may maybe they don't care. Xbox themselves doesn't care about pixel remasters. All they care about is the bigger games, and that's something like Pixel Remaster. They might think, who cares? So you might have to think to yourselves, maybe it never comes. And I
wish we could just know. The big issue for me is like not knowing one way or the other. We're just sort of in this eternal limbo, and we're never given closure, so we can't have closure on it. Obviously, Microsoft doesn't want to say they're never coming. But at the same time, it's like it would be nice to just stop. It'd be nice to have closure, Square Enix are not going to say they're never coming, and Xbox are not going to say they're never coming. So, what can you do, man?
Randy Dickens II says, listening to the recent Ultimate show, and I agree that battle passes feel too much like work. Why do you think Halo Infinite's pass structure did not catch on with others? It was very convenient knowing you could finish the pass up whenever you had the time. I have backed off on battle passes because I was tired of feeling I had to log in every day. Interesting that Halo's structure didn't catch. Maybe it's because enough people didn't play Halos, or Halo didn't make enough money, and that the battle passes for the existing franchises already work, so why fix what isn't broken for them? Although, I think we discussed Fortnite sort of changing their model, or something like the skins. If you miss the skin in the battle pass or the store, it would come back into it like 18 months later or something.
Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, I don't know. I think FOMO drives a lot of that. And Halo Infinite's pass was like, hey, play it at your own pace. And maybe some people at high ups are like, we don't want that because we want people logging in and playing every single day. They want you glued to your, PC or your console. Just the only game that that you're playing is that because you need to complete the battle pass. You only have so much time. I don't know. Maybe if Halo Infinite was a bigger success, some of the other games would have taken what it was doing and applied it to theirs. Because we've seen that happen. right? You know, when PUBG kind of was the way it was, Fortnite came in, Apex Legends came in. Apex Legends had respawns,
Mm.
and then suddenly respawns were in Fortnite and respawns were in PUBG, and all the different quality of life improvements that each one had brought to the table because of their uniqueness and the popularity, suddenly the other ones copied. So I feel like if Halo Infinite was a big enough success, then maybe they would have copied some of the stuff that they were doing. You know?
Yeah. It's battle passes are weird, man. Like I'm really over them. And I think a lot of this stuff that they do, like loot boxes or battle passes, I think they are fashion bound to some degree. I think battle passes could just completely go out of fashion if someone comes up with a better solution. Like, you know, loot boxes went out of fashion for whatever reason, whether it was regulatory scrutiny or people just getting tired of them or whatever. You know, whatever the reason was, they fell out of fashion, right? Battle passes, I hate battle passes. Um, and I don't know anyone who sits there thinking, "Oh my god, I love battle passes, man! It's so much fun being forced to play
Hey
through
Jez,
this."
I
You know.
gotta take this phone call. Family. I'll be right back.
Uh, oh, okay, cool beans. Well, yeah, guys in chat, give me some questions while we wait for Rand to come back. But I don't know anyone who actually enjoys battle passes. I mean, in chat, peeps, let me know if do you actually enjoy a battle pass? Do you actually ever enjoy battle passes? Like right now, um, the Diablo battle pass, for example. That's like what I'm working for right now. It's all the rewards are kind of lame. Um, I'm looking through the whole battle pass. I don't care about any of these rewards at all. So like the battle pass is just sort of it's just there as a arbitrary progression layer. Um, and yeah, like great. I get like a stick for a class I don't use, sword for a class I don't use. There's a bunch of cosmetic gravestones that I probably won't use. Stuff like that. Oh man. I mean, I just battle passes are just irritating. Especially because like how do they expect me to just have the time to do multiple battle passes as well? There's that aspect to it as well. I think one of the reasons why like I often do end up buying the battle passes is because I like the ongoing content and I kind of feel like I want to support the devs in a weird kind of charitable, irrational kind of way. World of Warcraft doesn't have battle passes, but instead it has a subscription fee. And the subscription fee funds all the content the game gets. And that works great for me. You know, I think I get a lot of value out of that, you know. And World of Warcraft has sort of stripped back some of the time gating and FOMO they've tried to inject in the game over the years because community really pushed back on it. And Tando says, "Hey, it's Battle Pass, buy Battle Pass." Well, technically, I didn't buy it because if you are a Bing user, you get Microsoft rewards, and if you got Microsoft rewards, you can buy Microsoft credit, which lets you buy the Battle Pass. In fact, I think you can even turn Microsoft reward points into Overwatch coins, which you can also use to buy the Battle Pass. So technically, I didn't buy it, but I've never I can't remember a time where I've bought a Battle Pass that wasn't as a result of using Microsoft reward points. Um, I'm trying to think if I ever have done that. I don't think I have. I really don't think I have. The only battle passes I've ever acquired are Overwatch and Diablo, and that's typically through Microsoft Rewards. There have been instances where I've bought like a collector's edition for a game to get like some merchandise. I do like collector's editions. I do like my collector's editions, and they've come with the battle pass, but I don't think I've ever bought a battle pass outright. Um, Zach Riley says you can also buy Diablo 4 stuff directly through Bing Rewards. See, there you go. That is awesome, and I will be taking advantage of that most likely. This is why you guys should use Bing. You know, sure, there's local search results are not the best, but for most stuff, Bing is fine. It is absolutely fine. And before you know it, if you use Bing on your phone and use Bing on your PC, you will have enough points to literally buy full retail price games on Xbox or the Microsoft Store for that matter. It's a really, really good system. And while we have it, I think eventually we'll lose it. I think Microsoft will be like, actually, this is too generous because they're basically buying our data to try and improve Bing. But as we talked about earlier, Apple said there's no price that Microsoft could pay to get them to invest in Bing. So yeah. Jez, you don't have to use every single Microsoft product, says G-Man. I mean, why do you think that I do? I use a lot of Microsoft products because believe it or not, my B is Microsoft products. So, yeah. I've been using Bing and Microsoft Edge. I used Internet Explorer before then because I write about those products. It's like, I can't write about Google products because Google's algorithm will punish Windows Central. So we only write about Microsoft products because we write for people who are invested in the ecosystem and also Microsoft investors or whatever. So kind of do have to use those products. I don't have time to use both. I actually just don't mind Bing. I never have minded it. There was an occasion recently where I wanted to find a local search result and I had to use Google because Bing's local search results are absolutely trash. So there has been instances where I've had to use Google, but yeah. Zach Riley says, did you see the Warcraft skins added to Diablo 4? Yes, I did. And I will be using Bing rewards to acquire them, probably. I really like the Diablo Warcraft skins because they give you a vision of what World of Warcraft would look like with modern graphics. Which we'll probably never get, but oh well. Serenity says Microsoft rewards suck now. Yeah, they've nerfed them a lot. They have nerfed them, no doubt about it. And that does suck. But it's hard to complain when you're getting stuff for free, essentially. I need the Kael'thas Sorcerer one. Eric Gerlach says, sorry for pronouncing your name wrong there, mate. Any movement in regards to Killer Instinct? Well, I don't know if you guys noticed, but at Evo, or Evo, sorry, the Iron Galaxy team were there in force. Like the whole team was there to check out the fighting game community, and also, they had some evangelize Killer Instinct a little bit. I thought that was really hype because that kind of hints that they're sort of all in Killer Instinct, maybe beyond what we know. I haven't heard anything myself, but Phil himself has said in interviews that they want to use the Killer Instinct IP. But I do think, guys, and I think I've said it before, and I said it even before the Sea of Thieves went multi-platform. I do think if they do a new Killer Instinct, it has to be on PlayStation. It absolutely has to be on PlayStation because that's where the fighting game community is. And I think if you really want your game to capture the zeitgeist, you have to be where the community is. And I think the fighting game community is niche enough where you kind of can't ignore where the community is. And the community is just on PlayStation now. And that's because of historical mistakes Microsoft have made. But those are historical mistakes that Microsoft can't fix now. I don't know if that'll make people mad, but I do think if they do a new Killer Instinct, it probably will be multi-platform. No problem, man. Ask away. I don't know who Rand's talking to. Rand's probably talking to Phil, getting all the scoops, and we're just here like none the wiser. Like Rand's probably laughing with Phil right now. They're talking about Killer Instinct because we all know that really Killer Instinct is definitely coming, and it's definitely going to be awesome. If they do bring a new Killer Instinct out, I absolutely want to see more guest characters. I want to see like new, like pure Killer Instinct characters that fit the sort of universe and the lore, but there's so many cool characters that we could get for Killer Instinct. I also want to see them ramp up the violence to like sort of where it used to be as well back in the day. But I don't know. Maybe that's just not gonna happen. I tell you what, fighting game I want to see come back. Bloody Roar, man. Anyone here ever play Bloody Roar? Bloody Roar was like awesome and probably created a whole generation of furries, but I fucking love Bloody Roar, man. Me and my brother used to play that game so much. Bakuryu the mole. I was so sick as Bakuryu. And yeah, Angry Hippie makes a point. Sony owns Evo, exactly, yeah. Achievement says, Jez, I just redeemed $10 gift card because of Bing. Hell yeah, Bing, man. It's the future, I'm telling you. I want to see Blizzard exclusive characters in Killer Instinct like Arthur's Thrall and Zeratul. Yeah, that'd be sick. You could do all sorts of characters, man. It'd be really, really cool. Bloody Roar was on the GameCube? I didn't know that. I always played it on, I think PS1 was where I played Bloody Roar. Bloody Roar 1 and 2. I know there was a bunch of Bloody Roar games, but I only had Bloody Roar 1 and 2 back in the day. Yeah. It was awesome, man. It was awesome times back then. South Mall, Clay Fighters. Dude, Clay Fighters? I don't know, man. Clay Fighters was interesting. Did you ever play Clay Fighters, Rand?
I did play Clay Fighters.
That was a weird game, dude. I'm sorry. It was weird.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did you read any more of these the Patreon questions or no?
I didn't know. We were getting questions from chat, so we still got Patreons to do. Where we all thought you were talking to Phil.
No. My brother called.
Oh, okay. To talk about how he's gonna delay the podcast and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Good old Conwood says, hello, Rand and Jez. Jez, last week you spoke about Windows Mobile, and this week I watched a video by Apple Explained that went into details of how and why Windows Phone went in a few years from a 34% share of the market to less than 1%. Now, Satya Nadella has said that
so much.
Yeah, has said that Microsoft should never have left the phone market. When you have a share of less than 1%, how can you not leave? Yeah. How can you not leave, Jez?
Well, you know, I mean, yeah. I suppose it's about whether or not you can still have a profitable business. I mean, there was still like tens of millions of Windows phones out there. And I think really the issue wasn't the market share. It was more that they just didn't make any money. You know, like it's not like Xbox that can make billions of dollars on like a small few there's a few tens of millions of Xbox consoles out there, but that can make tons of cash because the software sales and the microtransactions and stuff like that. When you've got a mobile phone platform that doesn't have the big mobile phone games, you know, stuff like it didn't have any of them. It didn't have Pokemon Go, famously. Like that was what put the nail in the coffin for Windows Phone, was not having some of those big ticket games that went super viral and then just made billions of dollars. It never had Pokemon Go, never had any of those kind of games. It always just had these sort of, you know, random ass little games or knockoffs. I remember someone tried to hack Pokemon Go onto Windows Phone. That's how like desperate it got towards the end. Mm-hmm. So I think they could have potentially made money with it, even with a smaller install base, but not as long as they were missing those big ticket games. And I think it's just too late now. I think they could have forked Android or something and made their own Android Play, so like it wouldn't be difficult for developers to port their games across, but ship's well and truly sailed, man. Yeah, and like Cameron Partlow in chat says, it's crazy how old Pokemon Go is. It doesn't feel like that long ago. Yeah, it really doesn't. Like I remember those summers where, you know, the park would be full of kids and adults, Pokemon adults, trying to get the Pokemons and stuff. And now it's just like the game basically just, I don't know. It's not dead, but it's the hype wave has completely passed.
That is true.
It's a shame.
Sierra 11 Kevin, maybe I'm not recalling correctly, but would we have had multiple price cuts or more bundles by now in previous console generations? Do you feel the sustained or increased price of the console this generation is, one, related to the economy and should change in the future as it improves? Two, mostly due to component costs and new tech like AI? Or three, a change in pricing philosophy since console market isn't increasing, so why decrease prices when you're selling to the same user base? Four, anything else you feel may be causing it? I mean, it's
honestly all of the above.
Yeah, I think it's mostly two, component costs, but I mean, obviously economic stuff is a factor.
Yeah, I read something about the way currency converts is a big factor too. Like, for example, Sony kind of benefited from the weak yen in their quarterly earning call and stuff. But I also saw an analysis from Newzoo that said when you adjust for inflation, and you take inflation into account, the way costs have grown, the gaming industry all up has only grown by like 1% or something like that. When you take into account the inflation, so it's a tough time. But you're totally right that there would have been in previous gens there would have been price cuts, and there would have been bundles and stuff like that. But I think like as well, like back in the day, the only use case, or like generally the main use case for a GPU was gaming, but that's not true anymore. Like the main use case for a GPU is solving these, calculations which feed all sorts of research models, whether it's AI, whether it's, big data analysis, whether it's cryptocurrency, God. So the demand for, teraflops, has completely changed over the years, and there's only so many companies that fabricate, man. Like one of the big issues Intel has had with their business model is that they tried to compete with the likes of the Taiwanese fabricators and make chips for other people. They just haven't managed to make that profitable, and I think they said they don't see Intel Foundry becoming profitable until 2027, I think. It's an extraordinarily complex process to fabricate chips. Extraordinarily complicated. Like it's like microscopic levels of mistakes can completely wipe out like a whole wafer and stuff like that. I don't fully understand it, but it's been explained to me that it's astronomically complicated. And when you factor all that stuff in, and that like the small amount of companies that can do that versus the vastly increased demand for non-gaming applications for these components, that is also having a big impact on the affordability of consoles, which is why I think people are sticking where they are, and why I think I wouldn't be surprised if the next Grand Theft Auto does eventually launch on PS4 and the Xbox One.
Florida Brand says, "Happy Friday, fellas. Thank goodness it's the weekend. With the news that WB wants to license its games to other game studios, do you think Xbox should jump on the opportunity to get an exclusive DC character? Superman, Xbox exclusive game, anyone? Anyways, would love to hear your thoughts and have a great weekend." I mean, we didn't
talk about that earlier, but is there a character you can think of that could apply to one of Xbox's existing studios? Or that you'd like to see?
I mean, a lot of people would have been like, "Hey, Indiana Jones." Nobody would have thought Indiana Jones and Machine Games, right?
Yeah, but that ain't DC or Warner Bros.
Right. True. I don't know. I sort of feel like if they ever did do that, I don't know if it would be exclusive. I get like the compulsion to be like, "Oh man, could you imagine an exclusive character?" Because we're not even sure if Blade is. Or if
let's just imagine it's a timed exclusive like Indiana Jones.
Okay.
Or is that even confirmed to be timed exclusive?
Well, we know it's exclusive at least for some length of time. I would imagine Indiana Jones will come to PlayStation sometime next year.
Yeah. Let's imagine it's a timed exclusive Warner Brothers game. What character and what studio?
I mean, if we're talking superheroes,
anything.
There's a part of me that's like, hey, Game of Thrones AAA RPG by
Obsidian,
Josh Schrier, or something along those lines. I mean, yeah, you could do a superhero, and I mean,
with George R.R. Martin involved.
Yeah, I mean, you could do a superhero one, and it's like you would want to pick the biggest ones. But then, would Warner Brothers want to get if you came to them with the Batman pitch? Would they be like, sure, or are they going to save Batman for one of their own studios? Right, because that's the difference between what Marvel does. Marvel doesn't have any in their studios, so it's like as long as you pitch it, it's good. But they still have 11 studios at Warner Brothers, and they may well, no, we actually plan on using Superman and Justice League, so no, you can't have those.
Oh, Joaquin in chat had a good suggestion. How about this, right? Because isn't there a rumor that there's going to be a new John Constantine movie?
Yes.
So how about this? The new Constantine movie with Keanu Reeves is amazing and blows up. But also, you have a tie-in game made by the Initiative after Perfect Dark launches, and Perfect Dark turns out to be amazing. How about that?
There you go. There you go. It could work.
I wouldn't. I suppose does Warner Brothers own the Sandman then? I suppose maybe they do.
Of course. I mean, Sandman's DC.
Yeah, maybe they could do a Sandman game. How would that work? I don't know. Maybe just a game where you play as the Joker. Let me be the villain.
Ooh, okay.
By Rockstar.
Ooh.
Oh, that's not Microsoft.
Yeah, that's not a Microsoft yet.
Not yet.
No wonder Strauss Zelnick is saying those things about Xbox. He knows Phil's coming with the bag, right?
I did hear a rumor a long time ago, probably about 5 years ago now, that Take-Two was looking for a buyer. So
Achievement
that
says
was a long time ago.
What do you think if streaming services had achievements or trophies for finishing series, like a little emblems to show you completed a show or movie? You could even get different ones for watching director's cut or commentary. Do you think it would make some people watch more content or prevent them from canceling? Like if Xbox bought Netflix and tied it to achievements, wouldn't you just wait for something like Godzilla -1 to drop on Netflix so you could get your achievements? Just a fun idea. Let me know what you think.
I actually think they've tried this. I swear to God, there used to be achievements for Microsoft movies and TV.
There was. Netflix had 0-point achievements. And it was like for watching one movie or TV show. And what people would do is they would just literally load up something and then back out of it to get it to count. Load up a TV show. They would just do that really quickly because people wanted to max it out.
Right.
No, I don't think it would get people to watch more. You just would get the people that are compulsive about it to just find the fastest way to do it. Where if it was like, hey, watch this show, people would just start the episode and fast forward all the way to the end. And then do that for all the episodes to get credit for it.
I think it'd still be a fun thing, though.
Yeah, it could be a fun thing. But then again, are any of those like Netflix or Max? None of them really. Any of them really have like a social platform to display those things to anybody? They don't, right? So, what would be the point of them? You know, like
no idea.
If I had a bunch of badges on my Netflix profile, but nobody can see them, then what's the point of having them? At least with achievements, it was one of those things where other people could see it. Right? There was leaderboards. There was all these things. You'd meet other people in games, and people could see that and stuff. Whereas, like, nobody's gonna see my Netflix profile, so what does it matter? But it's interesting. It's an interesting thing. I think visibility is one of the reasons why. Like, nobody like puts. People put all the time, like, this is my Xbox profile, come check it out. Nobody's like, this is my Netflix profile, right? So, yeah.
Yo, bro, check out my Netflix profile.
Because if you Netflix profile, it's like, hey, look at all these shows you watched or whatever, but nobody does that. And the only one, like, Letterboxd is the thing, but that's not any streaming-specific platform. That is just, hey, you watched this movie or watched this show, rate it on here. Which I am.
What would I see?
I am on Letterboxd, by the way.
What is Letterboxd?
Letterboxd is an app or a website where you rate the movies and shows you've watched, and then your friends rate movies and shows and stuff. And it's funny because my friends all got into it, and they all watch a TV show or a movie like every day, and they talk about this stuff, and it's like, oh, I watched this one, you need to watch this one, and it's crazy. And I don't watch that many. I watch a movie here and there or a TV show, but they're all about it. They're like, every single day someone rates something new. But I am on Letterboxd. I don't know if anybody wants to follow me there. I don't really post much, but yeah. Silas.
What would I see at the top of your Netflix profile if I logged in?
Like what I most recently watched on Netflix?
Yeah. What would I see?
What did I most recently watch on Netflix? Because recently I watched like The Boys on Amazon Prime, and I watched Shogun on Hulu. I'm trying to think of the last show I watched on Netflix. I don't know, but I am interested in watching the Terminator anime that comes out in a couple weeks on Netflix, though.
Oh, yeah. The one at the top of mine is Delicious in Dungeon.
Mm,
You heard of that?
no, I have not.
It's a anime cooking show where they dungeon crawl and then they make food from the monsters they've killed.
Mm,
It's fucking great. It's really good. Fantastical said you'd see Peppa Pig at the top of
Peppa
Rand's
Pig.
Netflix.
No Peppa Pig. Silas says, "Greeting mates. What do you guys think are the two most important influential games of each decade, starting with the 70s? Mine, 70s is Pong, Space Invaders, 80s Tetris, Super Mario Brothers, 90s Doom and Pokemon, 2000s GTA 3, World of Warcraft, 2010s Minecraft and Fortnite, 2020s BG3 and Elden Ring." Huh.
That's tough. I didn't really play any games from the 70s, but
Yeah, I don't
I
really
suppose like
know 70s or 80s.
you
Super
can't
Mario
really
Brothers would be
dispute.
80. Yeah, Tetris and Super Mario Brothers for sure, right?
Yeah, you can't really dispute Pong either. Like Pong was massively
Yeah.
influential. You also got stuff like Pac-Man as well back in the day. Um, but I think we have to give some flowers. Oh well, maybe not flowers. Flowers is the wrong word. We have to give some notoriety to our good friends over at Bethesda for the horse armor in Oblivion.
Yeah.
Because that horse armor changed the entire gaming industry.
Yeah, I'm trying to even
Um,
think like the 2000, like yeah, Grand Theft Auto, but I'm even thinking of like Halo 2, how
mm,
it revolutionized like console multiplayer, but then even like Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4. I mean, once that hit, I mean like the entire multiplayer
yeah.
structure changed. I mean,
Well,
I
you
agree.
you
I
gotta
agree
you gotta
with,
credit you have to credit Battle.net for some of that too.
but I
Like,
mean,
'cause
there's so
Battle.net,
many.
like,
There's so like
yeah,
I don't think you can pick two. Like sure, in the 80s you could say Tetris and Mario, but in the 2000s, I think there's just too many games that have had too much influence on the industry to just
yeah.
limit it to two. Um,
I think Grand Theft Auto would have to be up there, like for influencing what open world looks like. And then the entire wave of open world games that sort of came after that. I don't know if Grand Theft Auto was the truly first open world kind of game, but it definitely perfected it and made it something that other studios wanted to emulate. That'd have discussing that would have to be a whole podcast because that is a quite a
yeah, and as far as
complicated
like
topic. It's a good one
2010s,
though. A good one.
I mean, yeah, I agree with Minecraft and Fortnite for sure. I mean, hell, I think you would have to put in PUBG in there because PUBG is the one that kind of started the whole craze and then influenced Fortnite.
Not only Fortnite, but like I think like the whole concept of high stakes shooter, whether it's battle royale or even extraction shooters. And I know PUBG is not an extraction shooter, and some of that comes from the Division maybe originally, but I think the whole concept of like a high stakes, getting people really on edge, more so than your Call of Duty where you got regenerating health, and also you just respawn and it's no big deal,
Mm,
whatever. But that whole sort of wave of like, oh, we can raise the stakes here. That is definitely PUBG has a
yeah.
big hand to play
I
in
mean,
that.
Elden Ring, I would agree, because From Software is very influential. Baldur's Gate 3, I would say no, and maybe that's partially because I haven't played it, but I also haven't seen much influence from Baldur's Gate 3 yet. Maybe we'll see in a couple years when games start releasing from it. If I would
Hmm.
say 2020, I would say Elden Ring, and I would say Genshin Impact.
Yeah, Genshin Impact probably. Although I don't know, not a lot of games have really. Genshin was not the first gacha game,
No, no,
but
but
not many games have managed to really capitalize on
I
Genshin
mean, but like
Impact's
if you're talking
success
about the
yet.
2020s, what other game are we talking about? I mean, maybe some mobile game somewhere that I don't think of, or some Chinese game that's super popular. But I'm trying to
Among
think of a
Us.
game. Yeah, Among Us, I guess, was pretty popular. I don't know, but I don't know if it was pretty. But the thing was, most important and influential. Is Among
Yeah.
Us most important and influential? I'm not sure.
Vampire Survivors, man. Every game wants to be Vampire
Which I guess
Survivors now.
that's also
Nah,
not
I'm
coming to
joking.
PlayStation finally.
Oh
Not
yeah,
enough
yeah,
data
yeah.
for the
I
20.
know
We need
stuff.
to see how the rest of the 2020s go. Elden Ring, yeah, and just for now, I'd say I'd probably put in Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
Although, is that influential and important? I don't know. because it really, like Jess says, hasn't influenced anything. Is it really important? I'm not sure. It's tough.
Makes a lot of fucking money.
That is true. CJ says, Happy Friday, gents. Wondering if you noticed that the Xbox Rewards scheme has been hit with points reduction again. The weekly quest to play 10 minutes 5 times a week has gone from 250 points reward to 150 when it was only introduced a few months ago. I have not. I don't really pay attention to the reward stuff, to be honest with you.
I did briefly touch on that when you were on the phone to Phil.
Okay.
We talked about how like you could buy Overwatch and Diablo battle passes using Microsoft rewards, for example. But yeah, and I did touch upon the fact that it has gradually gotten worse and worse and worse, because at the end of the day, what the whole point of the Microsoft rewards program is, it's to get data for Bing. It's to make Bing better. And I think like there's an inverse proportionality when it comes to, you know, as Bing gets better and gets the data it needs, then the necessity for something like Microsoft rewards gradually decreases. So I think, honestly, and I think I've said this before on the podcast, enjoy Microsoft rewards while it lasts, because as they get the data they need or decide that Bing ain't ever going to be a thing and they should give up on it, Microsoft rewards will go by the wayside, because the only reason it exists is to feed data to Bing. That's the only reason it exists.
Yeah. We have Mr. Or Just James 93 member for 9 months. Hi lads, it's been a while, but I've been pretty busy lately. I'm looking forward to the Xbox Gamescom. Where is the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters? I finally hit level 100 on Final Fantasy 14. I mean, we kind of talked about that for a little bit. I mean, maybe there's a chance it doesn't come. I don't know.
It's probably something like they just don't have a pipeline to do the port right now. And I would prefer it if Microsoft does everything they can to make that happen, whether they invest in the company to, like, you know, make it worth their while or give them a better cut. But then, you know, that opens a can of worms, because it's like, you know, if you start changing who gets what cut, when, where, and why, then other studios will be like, hey, change the cut for us, you know. I would like to see those games come, and I would like Microsoft to foot the bill if Square Enix doesn't think it's worthwhile doing, because, you know, if we are about game preservation, then I want those games preserved on my preferred system of choice, you know, like, and it goes back to the whole Capcom thing. Like, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily play those classic Street Fighter games myself, but it's a matter of game preservation, and it's also a matter of, like, Xbox fans getting the same treatment that other platforms get, you know? And obviously, I want Monster Hunter fucking Stories on my Xbox, dude. It never matters until it's a game you want, right? So yeah, I honestly don't know. We just have to keep making noise and hope that someone listens at some point.
Yeah. And anyways, I think that's coming to.
Did you refresh just to double check? Oh,
yeah.
We need to get last week's questions that we missed.
We answered them on Ultimate.
Oh right, yeah, we did. So yeah, okay. But you refresh the page and make sure we didn't miss anything.
Yeah, no, I mean I did.
All right, Brillo. Cool.
All right, so yeah, that's gonna be end of the show. Thank you guys for being here on this wonderful Friday, August 9th, for episode 328. We'll be back either Thursday or Saturday. Look out on Twitter. Follow me and Jez on Twitter to get updates, or just
Discord.
Subscribe to the channel, sub to Discord, you know, join the Patreon, all that good stuff. So we'll be doing the show probably, if I had to guess, Thursday. And well, who knows what we'll be talking about then. But until then, thank you guys so much. Hopefully we'll have an Xbox 2+1 on Tuesday or Wednesday this week. Yeah. And if not, we'll try to get one for later in the month. But yeah, appreciate everyone who's been here. Love you guys. Hope you have a great weekend, and keep it gaming. Later.
Rock and roll, baby.